If you wish to gain insight into the existence and the nature of God, the book Discovering God from the Perspective of the Modern Human offers profound and original ideas for you. In this book, a conception of God is presented that is fully rational and well-grounded, aligned with science and logical reasoning as understood by modern humanity. One whose discovery is, for the human being, equivalent to the fulfillment of all aspirations. Please follow this work by Saeid Tagavizadeh from the beginning and in its intended order, so that you may personally witness the validity of this claim. Introduction. An invitation to discover the treasure of existence. The purpose and necessity of this work.
With what aim has this book been written? Why should it be read, and what added value does it offer the reader? Who is its intended audience, and in what language do we speak? In these pages, we seek to re-recognize the world in which we live, and consequently, to know the origin of this world. This is the most vital quest a human being can undertake. Just as one seeks physical health to improve the quality of life in the body, understanding the laws that govern existence and God can profoundly elevate both the quality and the quantity of one's life. Our ultimate aim here is the attainment of meaning, beauty, wealth, power, and deep peace. That is, the harmonious coexistence of quality and quantity in life.
Methodology. The exclusive sanctity of reason.
In this book, there is only one sacred matter, and that is rational inquiry. No phenomenon, not even the God we introduce, lies beyond the scope of critical reason. We attribute no sanctity to any religion, sect, person, or particular viewpoint. The only sacred thing is meaningful human understanding. By reason, we do not mean the limited and incomplete faculty by which some identify themselves, but rather the universal intellect and pure wisdom to which all human beings potentially have access. The language of this work is the language of argument, logic, and rationality, though not the dry, abstract logic comprehensible only to elites. We strive to maintain a balance among science, philosophy, lived experience, and the realities of everyday life. The backbone of this book is argumentation. We neither affirm nor reject any claim merely because it is reputed to be sacred or false. Rather, everything is tested against the measure of reason.
The image of God in this work.
The God presented here is not the God of superstition. We speak of a God who is fully rational, justified, and whose presence is intelligible. We do not introduce a God who stands in opposition to science, nor one confined to a particular group with a specific name or location. Our God is not the paradoxical, fearsome, and obscure deity depicted in some texts. Our image of God is grounded in human understanding, beautiful, near, justified, and valuable. He is value itself, such that anyone who truly comprehends him will be irresistibly and lovingly drawn toward him and will praise him.
Distinguishing truth from illusions.
The author is well aware of the many forms of corruption, ignorance, and harm that have been imposed upon humanity throughout history in the name of God and religion. We are conscious of the deviations, dogmas, and incompetence of the deluded claimants of religion, and the discussions in this book in no way endorse those aberrations. The truth of God is like an inexhaustible treasure with only a few discoverers. Many have sensed the existence of this treasure, but lacking the capacity to grasp its essence, they have produced counterfeit and, at times, caricatured versions of it. Although superficial similarities may exist between the counterfeit and the original, the fundamental differences between the God presented in this book and the one commonly found among dogmatic believers are evident. Along this path, we even welcome and affirm the sound arguments of atheists. There is no hostility here. Our path is the path of rationality, and we have no intention of returning to the dark realm of superstition.
Prerequisites for reading. A friendly warning.
Before beginning, honestly ask yourself, do you harbor a mental guard or negative sensitivity toward the word God or toward spiritual concepts? If the answer is yes, I suggest that you temporarily suspend these preconceptions. Bias, whether religious or anti-religious, prevents an understanding of the book's logic and reduces reading to a search for faults merely to soothe one's own mind. This book should be read with a neutral, inquisitive, and open mind. If the arguments are convincing, you will benefit. If they are not, you can easily return to your previous way of thinking. We eagerly welcome constructive criticism. We have no insistence on imposing belief, not because of any weakness in argument. Indeed, I am confident that the proofs in this book are quite robust. But because the reception of this value requires intellectual readiness and maturity on the part of the reader. This book is written for those who seek truth and have the courage to face it.
Structure and roadmap of the book.
The contents of this book are organized in a logical sequence. 1. Foundations of argument, clarifying the intellectual and logical framework governing the discussion. 2. Defining God, presenting a concise, systematic, and general definition of the origin of existence. 3. Proofs of existence, the combination of classical proofs, updated, and novel arguments found exclusively in this work. 4. Responses to atheists, a rational examination of objections and alleged contradictions raised by critics. 5. Pathology of religions, analyzing why religions deviate, the criteria of a true religion, humanity's need for religion, and the roots of fanaticism. 6. The needy human and the eager God, elucidating the loving relationship and the intrinsic need of the conscious human to connect with the source of existence.
The author's final word.
As a member of the greater human family, I have written this work without affiliation to any group, institution, or political power. This book is the product of a personal and lived discovery, one I deemed it my duty to share with others. There is no personal or financial gain involved. Due to censorship and restrictions in my country, Iran, I am publishing this work independently and digitally so that it may reach seekers of truth directly and without intermediaries. A substantial portion of this book is good news and a treasure map. Another portion is a compassionate warning about the sufferings that arise from ignorance. I hope you are ready to encounter this clear and unadulterated truth. If you are willing, join us as a fellow traveler. If not, I wish you well. With respectful regards, Saeid Tahavizadeh, December 2025.
Preface. Clarifying the methodology and the foundations of argumentation.
Before entering the main discussions of this book, it is necessary to clarify and make explicit our method of reasoning. What follows are 7 fundamental principles that form the foundation of all subsequent chapters, and to which we will repeatedly refer. A precise understanding of these principles at the outset will prevent many misunderstandings later on. Alongside the conventional logical arguments whose validity is generally agreed upon, these 7 principles will play a distinctive and central role in our intellectual framework.
1. The principle of non-contradiction of foundations. The red line of consciousness.
The first, and perhaps the most important criterion, is what may be called minimal negation. If, in the course of reasoning and drawing conclusions, we arrive at a point where the conclusion negates its own fundamental premises, namely life, consciousness, meaning, or the self, that conclusion is invalid. In other words, a proposition cannot deny something upon which it itself depends in order to exist. We cannot accept a conclusion that destroys a value more fundamental and more existential than itself. Example: if someone claims that consciousness is merely an illusion, this statement is inherently false. Why? Because recognizing something as an illusion requires a conscious and aware observer. If consciousness itself were an illusion, we would have no instrument by which to distinguish truth from falsehood. Such a person uses consciousness to deny the existence of consciousness, and thus falls into contradiction. Therefore, we adopt the principle that whenever a conclusion calls our existential foundations into question, it is the conclusion that must be rejected, not the foundational values sacrificed for the sake of a flawed argument. We must act like firefighters who firmly hold the high-pressure hose of reasoning to extinguish the fire of ignorance, rather than letting the pressure slip out of control and harm themselves.
2. The relativity of perception and the error of perspective.
We live in a world where our experiences are relative and dependent on our position. What we see and feel becomes the basis of our judgments. Yet, if our position changes, we may perceive reality differently. Common sense dictates that we should always allow for the possibility that our perspective is limited, and that when stronger evidence emerges, we must be willing to question our initial impressions. The example of the sun and the earth. A terrestrial observer sees the sun rise in the east and set in the west, as if the sun were revolving around the earth. This perception appears true to the observer, yet scientific reality shows that it is the earth that revolves around the sun. Many erroneous arguments stem from this very phenomenon of relative truthfulness. The individual is sincere in describing what they see, but what they see is not absolute truth. We must learn to step outside ourselves and accept that we are not the center of the universe, for a limited viewpoint can invert reality.
3. The unity and continuity of the system of being.
The universe is not a collection of isolated and random parts. Rather, it is an integrated, interconnected, and purposeful system. From galaxies to subatomic particles, everything is in interaction. The human body is a small-scale example of such a system. If its parts acted independently of one another, survival would be impossible. Our universe has endured for billions of years, and this stability is owed to the lawful interrelation of its components. A small change in one part, for instance the removal of the moon, would disrupt the balance of the entire ecosystem. Therefore, any argument that leads us to conclude that the universe lacks coherence and is merely the product of chance stands in contradiction with the observable reality of existence. Everything proceeds from a single essence, and in our analyses we must always keep this unified whole in view.
4. The status of truth and the etiquette of seeking it.
On the path to discovering truth, we must ask, what characteristics does the truth we seek possess? Should truth conform to our desires, or must we move toward it? The answer is clear. A truth greater than us is not subject to our wishes. To stand still and impose conditions, saying, if there is a truth, it must come and prove itself to me, is a sign of arrogance and ignorance. This misplaced expectation is akin to someone saying, my heart must beat according to my commands, otherwise it is not my heart. In this book, we proceed with an attitude of humility before truth. We recognize our smallness in the face of the vastness of existence, and we accept that it is we who must elevate ourselves to understand it.
5. The puzzle-like approach and patience in knowing.
Truth and the concept of God resembles a vast puzzle that cannot be expected to reveal the entire picture by holding a single piece. The pieces must be assembled in the correct order and arrangement. If someone picks up one piece and says, "I see no beauty or meaning in this piece, therefore the entire image is meaningless," they have committed a perspectival error. Each argument in this book functions like one piece of that puzzle. The essential requirement for the reader is patience. The pieces must not be judged in isolation. With calm attention and proper arrangement of the arguments, the final image of the highest value will emerge with clarity.
6. The paradox of appearance and essence, truth in the garb of fallacy.
In our relative world, truth sometimes takes on an appearance resembling falsehood or sophistry, and vice versa. We therefore require supporting reasons and auxiliary evidence so as not to be deceived by appearances. The example of death and sleep. Someone might say, since I have not experienced death, death, as annihilation, does not exist. At first glance, this may seem fallacious, but let us examine it more closely. Compare death with sleep. A sleeping person has no experience of their own snoring or bodily movements. For them, those moments do not exist. Yet for the waking observer, the person is clearly asleep. The same applies to death. From the perspective of the external observer, death has occurred, but from the perspective of the self, which is the center of its own world, death is not experienced as annihilation, much like sleep. Thus, some statements that appear sophistical on the surface may carry profound truths that can only be grasped by changing one's perspective.
7. The role of existential capacity in the perception of truth.
The final point is that sometimes the denial of truth is not due to the absence of truth, but to a deficiency in our own receptivity. If someone claims, "There is no delicious food," the problem lies with their sense of taste, not with the food itself. Or consider a person with impaired hearing who asks others to shout so that they can hear. They are setting the standard of correctness based on their own limitation. Many people deny truth because they have not placed themselves in a position or developed the capacity required to perceive it. They expect truth to lower itself to the level of their weakness. We must learn to continually come to ourselves and consider the possibility that the flaw lies in our own receiver. The way forward is to assemble the signs together and to elevate our level of awareness.
Chapter Conclusion.
In this chapter, we established 7 fundamental principles of reasoning. 1. Rejecting conclusions that negate life, consciousness, or meaning. 2. Attending to the relativity of perspective and the limitations of individual viewpoints. 3. Accepting the integrated and systemic nature of the universe. 4. Embracing an active responsibility in the search for truth, rather than passive expectation. 5. Acknowledging the puzzle-like nature of truth and the necessity of patience. 6. Remaining aware of the paradox of appearance and essence, not being deceived by outward forms. 7. Understanding the role of existential capacity in the acceptance or denial of truth. These principles serve as our compass on this intellectual journey, and in the chapters to come they will repeatedly function as guiding lines of reference.
Part 1. God is that which is. Chapter 1. Defining God, total being and the one existence. 1. Moving beyond a localized God.
The God introduced in this book is not a distant monarch residing solely in the heavens or in some hidden unknown realm, ruling over the details of our lives from afar. The God we speak of is total being. He is the one and only existence that encompasses the entirety of being. To clarify this meaning, we must say that we understand God as a reality that is infinite in every direction and from every perspective. An unbounded existence whose limitless branches extend across all dimensions, such that no boundary or edge can be conceived for it. This God is the very essence of infinitude. He is existence itself and being itself. Whatever exists is a manifestation of Him and is contained within this existence, for fundamentally there is nothing outside the circle of absolute being in which something could exist.
2. Beyond time and space.
This one existence is never limited. It is eternal and everlasting. Concepts such as time and space, with which we are familiar, are themselves defined within this God, rather than God being defined within them. Therefore, God transcends time and space and cannot be confined by them. He is complete in knowledge, wisdom, power, love, beauty, and immortality. Since everything is within Him, and there is nothing outside Him of which He could be deprived, no deficiency can enter His domain. This being is self-subsisting. No one has brought it into existence, and no force can annihilate it. Because He is total being, there exists no external agent that could play the role of His creator or destroyer.
3. The mechanism of creation, the dance of forms upon the ground of the formless.
This total being contains within itself countless forms and manifestations which, according to a precise order, a higher intelligence, and a meaningful cycle, are constantly transforming and changing. What we recognize as creating, giving life, and causing death is, in reality, this very process of the transformation of forms within that one existence. God the Creator performs all these interactions within the circle of His own being. The subtle point here is that the traditional concept of creation out of nothing, creation ex nihilo, is meaningful only from the perspective of the limited observer, human beings. To us, it appears as though something comes into existence from nothing, but in truth, everything emerges from the treasury of total being and flows back into it again in another form. Key point. When we speak of being, we do not mean merely the physical universe, galaxies, or black holes. These are only part of the story. What we mean is that unlimited reality, rich with meaning and awareness, interwoven with this known world. In this system, nothing is lost, destroyed, diminished, or increased. It merely changes form. Greater clarity on this matter will be achieved in the later sections of the book.
4. God as a living and intelligent system.
This total being is not a cold, soulless machine governed by chance or randomness. Rather, it is permeated entirely by law, consciousness, and intelligence. Put more simply, the God we introduce is a living being on an infinite scale within whom we ourselves live. Just as the human body is alive according to precise biological laws rather than chance, and each of our cells lives within that body, this one existence is likewise alive. All the interactions within it, from the movement of planets to our own lives, operate according to law and consciousness.
5. Compatibility with religious concepts and the resolution of contradictions.
One might ask, does identifying God with the world diminish God's status? The decisive answer is no. In the forthcoming sections, we will argue in detail that this perspective actually elevates God from an intervening monarch to an all-encompassing and ever-present reality. Another question may arise. Is this definition incompatible with the God described in Religions, A God who wills, becomes angry, rewards, and sends prophets? Once again, the answer is no. From a more developed perspective, we will come to understand that God's attributes, His will, and concepts such as heaven and hell all acquire a more precise, more scientific, and deeper meaning within this intelligent system. Regarding the problem of evil and suffering, when our understanding becomes complete, we will see that within total being there is nothing but purity and beauty. What we perceive as evil arises from errors of perspective and from a failure to grasp the proper place of each part within the whole.
6. Unity amid a diversity of definitions.
Our definition of God does not negate religions. Rather, it complements and interprets them. The traditional God of the Abrahamic religions and the God of other mystical schools, at their root and foundation, all point to this same truth. The difference lies in the fact that each tradition has emphasized certain aspects of the truth while neglecting others, or has had an incomplete understanding of the relationships between them. At times, this imbalance has led to the creation of a caricatured or illusory image of God. The aim of this book is to restore balance to these proportions. We present a God who is neither imaginary nor in conflict with reason, nor incapable of exercising will and intelligence.
Concluding remarks of the chapter.
In summary, God is total being, a vast, living, and infinite cycle in relation to us, within which all religious narratives and teachings can be decoded. As we proceed further in this book, we will repeatedly return to this foundational definition, enriching it with further details in order to present a clear, complete, and coherent picture of God. Note, in the following pages of this book, terms such as total being, universal intelligence, the one existence, the cycle of being, the circle of existence, infinite being, the Lord, the greater self, the higher self, the soul of the world, the integrated system of existence, and similar expressions are all used to refer to God. Each of these terms points to that infinite reality from a particular angle.
Part 2. Modern Arguments. Pathways toward the Heavens. Chapter 2. The Argument from Attraction. Indications of God's existence through inner pull. Attraction as a universal law of being.
In this chapter, we intend to examine one of the most prominent and fundamental signs of the existence of God, an argument that may be called the argument from attraction. This approach opens a new window onto the knowledge of the Creator, one that has received relatively little attention. Its foundation lies in understanding the force of attraction and the inner pull experienced by human beings. To grasp this argument in depth, we must first recognize the nature of attraction. The law of attraction, widely discussed today, is a firm and all-encompassing law throughout existence, though the concept presented here goes far beyond what is commonly known from popular books and films such as The Secret. In the universe, everything is in motion, and the primary driver of this dynamism is the force of attraction, a force that, by generating pull, brings motion into being and keeps the cosmic system alive and dynamic.
The principle of homogeneity, like attracts like.
The governing rule of attraction is quite clear. Things of the same kind and similar nature attract one another, while dissimilar things repel each other. This force is a manifestation of the intelligence that governs the universe, an intelligence that places each thing alongside what is akin to it, and thereby establishes a comprehensive order and justice. Signs of this law are abundant in the material world. Consider, for example, the gravitational force of the Earth. Our bodies are composed of earthly elements, water and soil, and thus the Earth, which is a massive body made of the same elements, attracts us toward itself. Whatever is of the nature of the earth joins it, and whatever is alien to it is repelled. Our weight differs on other planets because the degree of similarity between the materials composing our bodies and those of other planets is different. Nevertheless, we experience weight or attraction on all of them because approximately 14 billion years ago, this entire system formed from a single primordial dust. Therefore, a fundamental homogeneity exists at the core. Yet, since the proportions and densities of these materials differ among planets, the intensity of the attraction we experience also differs. This shared origin is also why celestial bodies sometimes move toward the earth and fall upon it. From our perspective, such bodies may seem unrelated to the earth and thus not subject to attraction. However, this is not the case. They too possess certain degrees of similarity and homogeneity. In reality, every celestial body suspended in space is drawn toward the nearest and most similar gravitational field to itself.
The operation of this law in human relations and natural phenomena.
This law also operates in human relationships and natural processes. The cycle of nature. Evaporated water rises into the sky. That is, it is attracted to clouds that are similar to it, then condenses and returns as rain toward the water sources on earth, seas, and rivers. It is as though, in both states, the drop hastens back toward its origin. Social relationships. The wealthy often associate with the wealthy, and the poor with the poor. Individuals with similar beliefs and ways of thinking are drawn to one another, while those with opposing views tend to distance themselves. Medicine. In organ transplantation, if there is no tissue or blood compatibility, the transplanted organ is rejected. But when similarity exists, acceptance occurs readily, such as when skin from one part of a person's body is grafted onto another part of the same body. The world's response to us. Even our everyday experiences are subject to this law. When our emotional state is positive, we tend to attract positive events. When we are in a negative state, it appears as though the world itself becomes resistant toward us. Ideas and thoughts. Minds governed by positive and uplifting beliefs continually attract beautiful ideas and thoughts, while minds dominated by negative beliefs continuously draw negative ideas.
Responding to an objection, the poles of a magnet.
Some may question the principle of attraction and attempt to refute it by citing counterexamples. However, the force of attraction is profoundly powerful, and the apparent counterexamples we encounter arise only from an incomplete perception of the issue and a failure to see its deeper layers. For instance, one might ask, in magnets, like poles repel each other, while unlike poles attract. Does this not contradict the law that like attracts like? The answer is that this apparent contradiction arises from human conventions and our relative perspective. If we examine the molecular structure of a magnet more carefully, we find that the joining of two magnets is, in fact, a form of completion and the formation of a larger circuit and a larger magnet. At the point of connection, unlike poles lose their distinct meaning, and in reality, new poles are formed at the two ends of the larger magnet. This is similar to connecting two batteries in series to create a larger battery. The connection between the positive terminal of one and the negative terminal of the other effectively disappears within the larger battery, while new positive and negative terminals emerge at its two ends. The disappearance, or loss of meaning, of poles at the point of connection reveals their conventional nature. Thus, what we call the repulsion or attraction of opposite poles is, at a deeper level, an inherent order aimed at elevation and integration. Ultimately, we once again witness the attraction of like to like.
Gravity in the cosmos, the balance between attraction and repulsion.
Let us take a look at the solar system. The cores of planets, such as Earth, possess a nature similar to that of the Sun, which creates attraction and a tendency toward the center. At the same time, planets possess an independent identity that gives rise to repulsion and, consequently, to centrifugal force. If the planets were in a state of complete submission, meaning that in every respect, both at their core and at their surface, they were identical to the Sun, they would immediately fall into it and be annihilated. Absolute dissolution. However, this independence and their actual difference from the Sun generate a form of resistance that keeps them at a distance. One might say that the reason they do not fall is centrifugal force. Exactly. But the real question is, what is this centrifugal force? We argue that it is nothing other than the inclination toward independence and individual survival in the face of attraction and unification. It is as though the Sun were a mother calling her children, and the planets were children who, while orbiting their mother, wish to preserve their own independent identity. This desire for independence is, in a sense, the very difference that produces repulsion or resistance. Thus, the resultant of attraction and repulsion determines the orbit in which the planets continuously move.
The central argument: humanity's attraction toward absolute perfection.
We now return to the main subject: attraction in human beings. Human beings, by nature and from within, experience a powerful pull toward a set of exalted qualities: wealth and self-sufficiency, survival and immortality, capability and power, growth and development, pleasure and novelty, awareness and knowledge, love and beauty, creativity and production, cooperation and interaction, honesty and truthfulness, justice and order, unity and uniqueness, nurturing and cultivation, limitlessness, dynamism and movement. These attractions exist in all of us. The fundamental question, however, is this: attraction always has two poles. One pole is within us, the pole. But where is the other pole, the attractor? Is the source of beauty, knowledge, or power a particular person or a specific place? Upon careful reflection, we find that no being, no human, and no location in this world can serve as an independent and absolute source of these qualities. If we perceive beauty in a face, that beauty is limited and dependent. If we observe wealth somewhere, that wealth is unstable and reliant on other channels. We are seeking a source that is itself the independent and complete origin of these qualities. Here is where the argument from attraction takes shape. Attraction exists and is a real phenomenon. Attraction occurs only between things that share a common nature. Human beings thirst for absolute perfections: survival, knowledge, power, love. Since this attraction exists, there must be a source that possesses these qualities in their highest degree and draws us toward itself. That source is God, the greater self of which the human being is a drop from the ocean of his spirit. We are drawn toward our own origin. If we were not of the same kind as God, divine attributes would hold no attraction for us. Indeed, we would be repelled by them. Our love for immortality, wisdom, and beauty indicates that we are a separated fragment of a source that is itself identical with immortality, wisdom, and beauty. Just as a stone, of the same kind as the earth, is drawn toward the massive body of soil, the earth, the human soul, of the same kind as divine attributes, is drawn toward the infinite source of those attributes. The magnitude and intensity of this longing within the human being testify to the greatness and immensity of the attractor, God. Moreover, this source is not confined to any particular time or place. We feel this attraction in all circumstances. Therefore, the attractor must be an all-encompassing existence present in all places and all things.
The puzzle of good and evil, the golden ratios of attributes.
At this point, a logical objection may arise. If human beings are drawn toward God, the source of absolute good, why do many people gravitate toward theft, crime, oppression, and ugliness? Is there another source for evil that attracts them? The answer is no. There is no independent source of evil. The entire cosmos is founded upon divine attributes. What we recognize as evil or wrongdoing is, in fact, a disruption of balance and proportion within those very good attributes. Ugly traits are simply commendable traits that have been displaced from their golden ratio and their proper position. This is also true in the case of human behavior. A person who seeks wealth, a divine attribute, but ignores justice and wisdom, other divine attributes, resorts to theft to achieve their aim. A person who desires survival but lacks love for others kills others in order to preserve their own life. A person who seeks uniqueness and singularity but lacks a commitment to truth and justice becomes arrogant and oppressive. Thus, those who move towards sin are, in reality, pursuing the same perfections: power, wealth, survival. However, because they fail to observe proper proportions and drive one attribute to excess without the others, the outcome becomes ugliness and evil. To clarify this point, consider a geometric example. Suppose we have 20 meters of rope. With this rope, we can construct a square with sides of 5 meters, yielding an area of 25 square meters. If we disrupt this proportion and form a rectangle with a length of 9 meters and a width of 1 meter, the perimeter remains 20 meters, but the area decreases to 9 square meters. If we proceed with even greater disproportionality, the area approaches 0. The rope is the same rope, but its capacity and efficiency are lost due to a lack of proper proportion.
God at the peak of balance, and humanity as an apprentice on the path of perfection.
God is the totality of all perfect attributes, arranged in absolute balance and the golden ratio. At the very moment that He is powerful, He is equally compassionate. At the same time that He is just, He is equally forgiving. His self-sufficiency is equivalent to His dynamism and movement, not to stagnation or inertia. His love is proportionate to His immortality, and so on. The purpose of creation and of humanity's trials and errors in this world is to attain this inner architecture. Human beings must learn how to regulate these attributes within themselves in order to approach that golden ratio. Only then does their existential capacity reach its maximum, granting them the worthiness to reconnect with that infinite source and to attain a godlike station. Attraction, therefore, is an invitation from God to return to one's origin, on the condition that one learns the laws of this return and the proper proportions among the attributes.
Academic summary of the argument. Deductive and inductive presentations. The attraction argument. A. Deductive form. Premise 1. Every form of attraction in the world, whether material or immaterial, is a sign of the existence of affinity between two things. Premise 2. Human beings are persistently and universally drawn to concepts such as absolute good, absolute beauty, infinite love, and boundless perfection. Premise 3. These concepts belong to the category of the infinite, the all-encompassing, and the non-material. Conclusion. Therefore, the source of this attraction must be something that shares the same nature as absolute good, absolute beauty, and infinite perfection. That is, an absolute and all-encompassing reality, which we refer to as God. B. Inductive form. Across all cultures and historical periods, human beings have been drawn toward higher and absolute values. This attraction is observed among different peoples, ages, genders, and worldviews. These values are inherently unlimited and non-material. Such a pervasive and enduring attraction typically points to an objective and external source, inductive principle. A persistent effect requires a persistent cause. Probable conclusion. The most plausible explanation for this universal attraction is the existence of an unlimited, non-material reality that shares an affinity with these values, God. Chapter 3. The Argument from Reason, Uncovering the Riddle of Existence.
In this chapter, we turn to another path for knowing and explaining God, an argument that may be called the argument from reason or the argument from the riddle of existence. This approach opens a novel window onto truth, one that has received comparatively little attention, and alongside other arguments, such as the argument from origin and the argument from attraction, it provides a solid foundation for theology and the understanding of God. The basis of this argument rests upon human rationality and the process of discovery and insight in the world. The human being is an intelligent creature who explores the universe through the power of reason, uncovers laws, and transforms the face of life. A glance at the history of human civilization shows how profoundly we have been able to alter our environment and gain mastery over it. Yet the fundamental question remains: what is the true nature of these human achievements? To answer this question, we must analyze the nature of human action in the world. Is what humans do a form of creation out of nothing? Is it the result of chance and coincidence? Or is it a process akin to discovery and the solving of a puzzle?
1. Critique of the hypotheses of creation from nothing and chance.
Some may imagine that human beings are themselves the absolute creators of their achievements, bringing everything into existence from nothing. To refute this notion, it is sufficient to imagine a human placed in a situation where no raw materials are available. Can the human mind, without any tools or materials in the external world, build a house? If we were to give a person a quantity of water without any container, energy, heat, or other tools, and ask them to construct a house using only that water, would they be able to do so? No. In order to build, discover, and advance, the human being requires raw materials and a context. In more precise philosophical terms, the human being performs formal creation, reshaping and reconfiguring, not essential creation, bringing something into existence from nothing. Human action resembles assembling the pieces of a puzzle. The pieces must already exist so that, through intelligence, one can discern the relationships among them and construct a meaningful image. Therefore, the human being is not a creator ex nihilo. On the other hand, can we claim that human discoveries are the result of chance? If the laws of the universe were based on randomness and accident, they would possess no stability. A law discovered today in physics or chemistry could change tomorrow. Yet we observe that the laws of existence exhibit consistency and endurance. Without such stability, no progress would be possible. For any structure we built today upon knowledge would collapse tomorrow with a change in laws. Thus, science and human civilization have not arisen upon chance, but upon a foundation of stable and meaningful laws. Accident cannot be a reliable lawmaker. The stability of laws requires a stable cause.
2. The analogy of the cosmic puzzle.
The most effective analogy for understanding the relationship between humanity and the universe is that of a puzzle. Existence itself is like an immense puzzle whose pieces, at first glance, appear disordered and unrelated. The human being enters the scene with the faculty of reason,
arranges these scattered pieces, and suddenly meaning emerges. When scientists discover the laws of physics, chemistry, or astronomy, they are in fact placing the pieces of the puzzle into their proper positions. This process is not the creation of law, but the discovery of law. Imagine that 1,000 years ago, humanity had not yet attained satellite technology. Did the possibility of building satellites not exist at that time? Certainly it did. The physical laws and raw materials were present, but humanity had not yet lifted the veil of ignorance and discovered those laws. All of our discoveries, before being understood by us, have existed potentially and in a hidden form within the world. Now we arrive at the pivotal point of the argument. If the human being is the solver of this riddle, then who is the designer and creator of the riddle itself?
3. The necessity of a puzzle maker, intelligent designer.
Common sense dictates that no puzzle comes into existence without a designer, and no riddle without a maker. If human beings, through their own intelligence, discover laws, then a superior intelligence must have embedded these laws within nature before us. Who is the one who concealed the laws of physics so that we might discover them? Who is the one who placed the capacity and potential for progress within the world? This order and this discoverable capacity cannot be attributed to chance. As noted earlier, chance lacks stability, whereas our universe operates upon stability. Therefore, there must exist an intelligent puzzle maker and a universal intellect that has deliberately and consciously placed these meanings and laws within the world for us to uncover. We call this source of intelligence God.
4. The affinity between the solver and the designer.
A subtle and profound point in this argument is that only one who shares something of the designer's intelligence can solve a puzzle. If animals are unable to discover cosmic laws, it is because the level of their intelligence does not correspond to the level at which this puzzle has been designed. Humanity's ability to solve the riddle of existence and to gain mastery over the world indicates that the human intellect is a spark of that universal intellect. We are a drop from the ocean of his intelligence. The mere fact that we understand, discover, and advance is itself testimony that we are rooted in a higher consciousness.
5. Responding to the objection of multiple gods, unity of the system.
One might ask, how do we know that this puzzle was created by a single designer? Perhaps multiple gods, each in charge of a part, designed this riddle. The answer lies in the integrity of the world's system. Our universe is a single, interconnected system. If multiple managers and designers with independent wills ruled the world, the system would fall into contradiction and collapse. Consider the human body. If it contained several independent command and nervous systems, each acting on its own agenda, the body could not survive and would disintegrate. The survival and continuity of the world system point to a unity of command and the oneness of its designer. Although the manifestations of this sovereignty may appear multiple, they ultimately return to a single will.
6. Evolution and dynamism within a framework of stability.
It may be argued, by appealing to the theory of evolution, that living beings are the result of a gradual process of trial and error rather than intelligent design. In response, we say that this very process of growth and evolution is itself part of the same intelligent puzzle. The world, and consequently the human being, is in a state of cultivation and of actualizing its potentials. God has provided a framework endowed with infinite capacity for creating new forms and patterns. It is true that in evolution a structure sometimes emerges and is then replaced by a better one, much like assembling a puzzle, dismantling it and reassembling it more effectively. However, This process is only possible when a meaningful framework and stable laws exist. If the pieces of the puzzle bore no relation to one another, absolute chaos, no image, whether incomplete or complete, would ever emerge, and no living being would survive. In reality, the theory of evolution does not present a model of purposeless production. Rather, it shows that natural selection follows fixed laws. In other words, evolution is a rule-governed mechanism operating under defined constraints, not a blind and absolutely random process. The stability of foundational laws and the ability of beings to adapt and grow demonstrate that we live in a world in which the potential for meaning and perfection is woven into its very fabric. We and the universe are continually learning and updating ourselves in order to arrive at the best possible image of this puzzle, a puzzle whose designer seems alive, renewing its meaning and vitality in every era.
Academic summary of the argument. Deductive and inductive presentation. The argument from reason. Puzzle maker. Puzzle argument. A. Deductive form. Premise 1. Every coherent and complex puzzle or problem logically requires a puzzle-making source possessing intellect and purpose. Premise 2. The universe and the human being constitute a collection of precise, staged, and law-governed puzzles, laws, order, information, and coordination among parts. Premise 3. These structures exist independently of human will and awareness and were established prior to humanity. Conclusion. Therefore, the universe and the human being must have an intelligent, purposive, puzzle-making source, that is, a conscious and law-giving God. B. Inductive form. Wherever we have observed coherent puzzle-like structures, language, software, architecture, games, and so on, their source has been intelligence. The universe and the human being possess structures far more complex and law-governed than human-made puzzles. Based on human experience, the probability that such precise and solvable order could arise without an intelligent source is extremely low. Probable conclusion. The most plausible explanation for the puzzle-like structure of the universe is the existence of a superior intelligence, God. Chapter 4. The argument from origin, from self-knowledge to knowledge of God. 1. Introduction, a journey inward.
In this chapter, we intend to turn our gaze away from the external world and direct it inward, toward ourselves. Based on the well-known saying that self-knowledge leads to knowledge of God, we seek the signs of God not in distant galaxies, but within our own existence. The argument presented here is a remarkably elegant, solid, and fundamental proof grounded in a simple principle. Whatever exists within me must have an origin. To grasp the truth, we do not need to search the entire universe. It is enough to understand what we possess within the self and ask, where did these possessions come from? To answer this question, we begin with the most tangible aspect of our existence, namely, the physical body.
2. Analysis of the physical body, returning to the roots.
When we observe our physical body, we encounter a complex and astonishing structure: bones, muscles, the nervous system, the circulatory network, and billions of cells functioning together in precise order. Yet, when we look more closely at the constituent parts of this structure, we realize that our body is ultimately composed of basic elements, chemical elements. The majority of our body consists of water, while the remainder is a combination of proteins and minerals that form cells and vital organs. The logical question, then, is this: what is the origin of these elements? How did these building materials enter my body? By examining the cycle of life, we understand that the initial germ originated from the bodies of the parents, and then, during the embryonic stage and after birth, grew through nourishment. All the food we have eaten, the water we have drunk, and even the air we have breathed are elements that exist on planet Earth. Our body is a direct product of the Earth and, of course, the Sun. This is the very truth referred to in sacred texts by the phrase, the creation of humankind from clay. That is, the combination of water, soil, earthly elements, air, and sunlight, which together transform soft clay into a dry and stable form. A reference to the stages of human development. For survival, we depend on 4 vital elements. 1. Sunlight. 2. Clean air, oxygen. 3. Water. 4. Minerals and nutrients, elements of the soil. Because our body is of the same nature as the earth, it must remain continuously connected to its source, the nature of the earth, in order to stay alive. If any one of these inputs is cut off, the bodily system becomes disrupted and moves toward destruction. Recognizing this need is the first step in understanding the law of origin. Every being, in order to survive, must remain connected to the source from which it originates and draw sustenance from it.
3. Discovering the invisible self beyond matter.
However, the story of the human being does not end with the physical body. We are something more than flesh, skin, and bone. We possess a self, a soul, or an invisible dimension that inhabits and operates through this body. This truth is clearly observed in patients who fall into a coma. The body continues to function, yet that self is no longer present. When we look inward at this self, we encounter a treasury of non-material qualities and attributes, understanding and intelligence. We possess the power of comprehension and reasoning, aesthetic sense. We understand beauty, admire it, and even create it, art. Moral awareness. We innately discern the difference between good and evil. Love and meaning. We are capable of affection, generosity, and the search for meaning and immortality. Power and will. We have a desire for capability, agency, and influence. Now, we repeat the same argument as before. Where have these attributes come from? What is the origin of this conscious self?
4. Rejecting inadequate options.
To discover the origin of the human soul and its inner qualities, we must examine the possible options. Did they arise from nothingness? Rationally, this is impossible. Nothingness cannot bestow existence. Nothing can give to another what it does not itself possess. Did they come from parents and heredity? Although parents are the channels through which life is transmitted, they are not the source of the essence of consciousness. We observe that children are spiritually and morally unique and are not necessarily similar to their parents. From immoral parents, a virtuous child may be born, and vice versa. If parents were the complete and primary source, the child would have to be an exact copy of them. In reality, parents are one hand among many hands involved in the act of creation, not the entirety of it. Did they come from the earth and matter? Just as our bodies contain elements of earthly origin, our souls possess qualities that cannot be found in stone and soil. Inanimate matter lacks consciousness, love, and wisdom. Therefore, it cannot be the source of human consciousness.
5. The argument from the correspondence between environment and being, the embryo analogy.
Another compelling argument examines the relationship between an intelligent being and its environment. Can a fish live where there is no water? Can the human body survive where there is no oxygen? No. In the same way, Can an intelligent and conscious being arise and persist within a world that is non-intelligent and purely random? The human being is like an embryo placed within the womb of existence. If a mother dies, the embryo within her womb will also die, because its source of nourishment is cut off. If existence itself were devoid of consciousness, life, and wisdom, that is, if it were dead, how could it nurture a human being who is filled with consciousness and life? The fact that we possess reason indicates that we are nourished by a rational source. The fact that we perceive beauty indicates that we live in a world in which beauty exists intrinsically, whether actually or potentially. Our very existence testifies that this mother existence, or this total source, is living, aware, and intelligent.
6. God, the absolute source of attributes.
Therefore, we are inevitably led to the conclusion that there must exist a vast and infinite source that possesses all these attributes: intelligence, power, beauty, life, and love in their highest degree. We are a drop from that ocean and a ray from that sun. That primary origin which sustains us is God. God means the greater self, a reality from which the human being, the lesser self, has originated and to which, for spiritual and existential survival, one must remain constantly connected, just as the body must remain connected to the earth in order to survive.
7. Responding to objections, is God living and benevolent?
One might ask, how do we know that this source is intelligent and benevolent? Perhaps there is a foolish or unjust God, or perhaps there once was a God who has now died. To respond to these doubts, we must look at the systematic nature of the universe. The argument from life. For thousands of years, humanity has been asking these questions, and yet the human race continues to exist. If the source of life, God, were dead, the flow of life in the cosmos would have ceased, just as the death of a mother leads to the death of the embryo. Our continued existence is evidence of the living nature of that source. The argument from order. The universe is a system, and systems operate according to order and law. Evil, chance, and lawlessness are inherently destructive and entropic. They dismantle systems. If the foundation of the universe were evil or randomness, this cosmos could not have endured for billions of years. The persistence of the system bears witness to the dominance of order, intelligence, and goodness over chaos. Common sense. When a rational human being is faced with two options, absurdity and meaning, neither of which can be definitively disproven, one chooses the option that is compatible with life and growth. The notion of a dead God or a purely random universe is a sterile and despair-inducing idea that ultimately leads to self-destruction.
Academic summary of the argument. Deductive and inductive presentation. The origin argument. A. Deductive form. Premise 1. Any phenomenon that possesses consciousness, value orientation, and purposiveness cannot arise from a cause that lacks consciousness, value, and purpose. The principle of proportionality between cause and effect. Premise 2. Human beings possess consciousness, value choice, creativity, conscience, and directionality. Premise 3. Mere matter lacks consciousness, value, and directionality. Conclusion. The human being cannot be solely the product of unconscious matter. Therefore, the origin of humanity must be something conscious, value-laden, and purposeful, God. B. Inductive form. In human experience, conscious beings always arise from conscious and complex beings. There is no reliable experience in which consciousness has emerged from pure unconsciousness. Human beings possess the most complex form of consciousness. The best explanation for the emergence of consciousness is the existence of a cause that is more conscious and transcendent. Probabilistic conclusion. The most plausible origin of human consciousness is a source that is conscious, intelligent, and beyond matter, God. Chapter 5. A new elucidation of the argument from order, from assumption to reality.
In this section, we set out to discuss the argument from order, one of the most important arguments on the path toward discovering and knowing God. However, the approach we adopt here differs fundamentally from traditional readings of this argument. The reasoning presented before you offers a more precise and robust approach to theology, one that resolves many of the objections raised against the classical formulation of the argument from order.
1. Redefining the concept of order, the criteria of survival and value.
First and foremost, it is necessary to provide a precise definition of order. Does every form of arrangement or organization necessarily constitute order? Is everything that appears orderly at first glance truly orderly in reality? In this approach, our definition of order is grounded in a fundamental principle. That which leads to the survival and persistence of a value is called order. In this human-centered perspective, what we mean by value is the element of consciousness and intelligence. That consciousness which understands, creates, and traverses the path of growth is the very precious essence whose survival is not accidental. True order is a structure that guarantees the continuity and stability of something valuable. This order may manifest in various forms, but its ultimate aim is always survival. For example, the human body is of value. When a person regularly maintains a healthy diet, drinks sufficient water, rests adequately, and exercises, these behaviors contribute to the preservation of health and life. Therefore, they are clear instances of order. Conversely, any action that harms this value, the body, falls outside the realm of order, even if it appears orderly on the surface. Imagine a person who smokes at a fixed time every day or consumes a specific amount of drugs or alcohol regularly. Although outwardly such behavior has temporal regularity and repetition and may seem orderly, inwardly it is anti-order, because its outcome is the endangerment of health and the destruction of that existential value. Thus, we draw a distinction between apparent arrangement and intrinsic order. The criterion of order is not merely repetitive outward patterns, but rather their function in preserving survival. In most cases, such as heartbeats, breathing, and biological cycles, outward and inward order coincide. However, the fundamental principle remains purposefulness directed toward survival.
2. 3 approaches to confronting the universe.
Now that we have clarified the concept of order, we move the argument from the macro level to the individual level and confront every rational person with a fundamental question. Do you observe order in the world around you? The answer to this question can take only one of 3 forms. First approach. I observe no order in the universe at all. Absolute denial of order. Second approach. I observe a combination of order and disorder, dualistic perspective. Third approach. The universe is entirely order, absolute order. Through careful examination, we will reject the first 2 options and arrive at the third as the only acceptable truth.
Critique of the first approach, absolute denial of order.
If someone claims that there is no order in the universe, before questioning the universe itself, they have in fact undermined their own perceptual structure. Is it not true that human thought, understanding, and reasoning are themselves forms of complex order? The organization of thoughts, the processing of data,
and the ability to reach logical conclusions all point to a remarkable order within the human mind. It is precisely this rational faculty that has ensured human survival in the wild, enabled the treatment of diseases, and made the creation of comfort and prosperity possible. Therefore, a human being, who is himself part of this universe and whose mind operates on the basis of order, cannot exist within a world that is entirely chaotic. The claim of absolute disorder in the universe is a form of internal contradiction or intellectual self-destruction, and it indicates the observer's inability to grasp reality.
Critique of the second approach, the mixture of order and disorder.
Many people fall into this category and believe that the universe is a combination of order and chaos. Our response to this group lies in drawing attention to the systemic nature of the universe. The cosmos is not a collection of isolated islands. Rather, it is an interconnected supersystem in which all components are in constant motion, interaction, and mutual influence. In a single, integrated system, is it possible for one part to function in an orderly manner while another part operates disorderly, and yet for the system to continue to survive? Certainly not. In the human body, if the heart beats regularly while the stomach behaves chaotically, or vice versa, the entire system collapses and death ensues. The continuity of the universe's existence over billions of years, along with its ongoing development, is clear evidence of the dominance of law and order over the totality of this system. What we perceive as disorder, such as congenital defects or events that appear to be evil, is in reality an order whose wisdom and pattern we have not yet understood, or the result of our limited perspective and insufficient information. If disorder were capable of ensuring survival, we humans would not establish laws for our societies and would instead revert to the law of the jungle. Humanity's enormous expenditures on education and legislation constitute a practical confession of this truth. Only order guarantees survival, and disorder is equivalent to destruction.
Proof of the third approach, comprehensive order.
By rejecting the two previous options, only the third option remains. The universe is entirely ordered. Even where modern science speaks of disorder, such as in chaos theory or quantum phenomena, this discourse arises from the current limits of human knowledge, not from the absence of law within existence. The history of science is full of cases in which humanity once considered a phenomenon disordered, only to later discover its precise underlying pattern. The astonishing persistence of the totality of being demonstrates that all actions and reactions in this universe proceed purposefully, meaningfully, and according to an exact legal framework.
3. Where is the organizer, from the clockmaker God to the God as the soul of the world?
Now that the existence of comprehensive order in the universe has been established, the final question arises. Who is the organizer of this order? Can this order be the product of chance and randomness? The answer is no, because chance and randomness are incapable of creating a stable system that guarantees the preservation of values. Here we arrive at the main point of distinction between this argument and the traditional view. In the traditional view, such as the example of a carpenter and a table, the organizer, the carpenter, is conceived as an entity separate from the order, the table. Human beings have become accustomed to imagining God as a being separate from the universe, seated somewhere in the heavens and governing the world from afar. It was precisely this view that was challenged with the emergence of the theories of evolution and natural selection. For science showed that living beings do not require moment-by-moment intervention by an external hand in order to become complex. However, in the modern argument from order, we claim that the organizer of the universe is woven into the very fabric of the universe itself. The organizer is not separate from the order. To make this idea more accessible, once again, consider the human intellect. The human intellect operates according to order, But who is the organizer of this intellect? Is there a small being sitting inside the brain arranging thoughts? No. Reasoning itself is self-organizing. The essence of intellect is intelligence and the capacity to impose order. Existence as a whole is the same. The universe is an intelligent, self-organizing system. That totality of being, which we call God, is not separate from the universe. Rather, it is the life that flows through the body of existence. The totality of being is both order and organizer. From this perspective, the theory of evolution and natural selection not only does not conflict with the existence of God, but actually confirms this type of organizer. What scientists call spontaneous order is, in reality, the manifestation of an organizer hidden within phenomena, not an organizer that issues commands from outside. Just as the intellect automatically, but not randomly, organizes thoughts, the universe too, by virtue of its inner intelligence, God, follows the path of perfection and survival.
Conclusion.
The universe is not random because randomness does not endure. The universe is entirely ordered, and this order testifies to the existence of an intelligent reality present within the very essence of the particles of the cosmos. We seek an organizer who appears within the order itself. It is enough to awaken and observe him not in the heavens, but in these very operative laws and in the pulse of every particle of existence.
Responses to potential criticisms and questions. First question. Is this argument not circular? One might say that we have equated order with survival, and since the universe has survived, it must therefore be ordered. This would imply that any universe that survives must be ordered. It could be argued that this reasoning does not demonstrate the existence of an intelligent organizer, but merely describes the conditions of survival.
Response. Here we must pay close attention to the concept of the survival of value. By order, we did not mean the survival of just anything, but the survival of that which is valuable. In this view, value is equivalent to awareness and intelligence. If a piece of stone has remained motionless in a corner for thousands of years, it does not indicate the kind of order we mean, because no value, in the sense of consciousness, has been preserved in it. But when an intelligent human being has been able to live in this world for thousands of years and advance and grow through reasoning, it is certain that within this system, an order has been established for the survival of this intelligent being. We are not concerned with the probabilities of other possible universes. With the information currently available, the survival of intelligence in this universe is evidence for the existence of an organizer.
Second question. Do destructive phenomena such as the coronavirus not violate order? A virus has an organized structure and ensures its own survival, even by killing its host. If the survival of a virus is order, then should human death also be considered part of order?
Response. First, we must consider that, from a holistic perspective, there is no such thing as death. Death is merely a change of form, because we are all part of an eternal and everlasting existence. Second, the existence of oppositions, hardships, and dangers is a necessary component of a system of development. God, in this view, is Rab, the nurturer or educator. Just as confronting diseases throughout history has led to scientific leaps and the strengthening of the human immune system and knowledge, contradictions too are part of the intelligent equation of the universe for elevating the level of human awareness and power.
Third question. Is this definition not afflicted by anthropocentrism? Are we simply calling things valuable because they resemble us? If the universe were to be destroyed tomorrow, would order then disappear?
Response. Yes, we explicitly state that the axis of this argument is grounded in a human perspective. We have no tool other than human understanding with which to comprehend the universe. Human beings stand at the center of this argument, and as long as our data remain what they are, this argument remains valid. The path to discovering truth is gradual, and we cannot disregard our present rational understanding because of unknown possibilities in the future.
Fourth question. What about the end of the universe, entropy, and the death of the solar system? Science says that the universe had a beginning and will have an end. If order means survival, then with the end of the universe, order must also be destroyed.
Response. This objection arises from a partial and narrow perspective. By universe, we mean the totality of being, not merely this material section that we currently observe. The totality of being is constantly transforming from one form into another. Imagine a puddle of water formed by rainfall. Science says this puddle has a beginning and, through evaporation, an end. But was the water destroyed? No. The water existed in the clouds before the puddle, and after evaporation it returns to the sky. The same principle applies to our universe. The foundation and soul of the universe are eternal, but present forms, such as Earth or the solar system, have relative beginnings and ends. The end of a form does not mean the end of order or the annihilation of existence.
Chapter 6. A re-examination of the argument from Causality, a new ontology.
In this chapter, we set out to explain and re-examine the argument from causality. Like the argument from order, the causal argument, in its traditional and classical reading, has faced various challenges. In this new version, while addressing and resolving those shortcomings, we present a renewed interpretation of the argument, one that ultimately leads us to the concept of God as the totality of being. To begin, we must accept a fundamental principle. In the traditional formulation, it was stated that every effect has a cause. While this statement is correct, in order to reach our final aim more directly and precisely, we slightly reformulate the question from an existential, ontological perspective, and ask instead, where did existence come from? The foundation of our reasoning in this argument is being itself. You and I are aware that we exist, and that the world also exists. If someone were to deny their own existence or the existence of the world, they would, in effect, remove themselves from the sphere of rational argument altogether, for they would have failed to grasp even the most self-evident principle, namely, their own being. Therefore, our point of departure is the tangible experience of existence, ourselves, others, planets, and the heavens, all of which we directly or indirectly experience. The fundamental question then becomes, from what has this existence arisen? In response to this question, only 4 conceivable possibilities can be proposed. Emergence from nothingness, absolute non-being. Existence has arisen from nothing, or equivalently, has come into being spontaneously. Infinite linear regress. Existence comes from a prior existence, which itself comes from another, and so on, ad infinitum. A God separate from existence. Existence was created by a creator, independent of and separate from the essence of the universe. The cycle of existence, the totality of being. Existence arises from prior existence, but not in a linear chain. Rather, it forms a vast cycle that ultimately returns to itself. This is the option we affirm as correct. In what follows, we will examine and refute the first 3 possibilities in order to clear the way for establishing the final option.
1. refuting the hypothesis of existence arising from nothingness.
The first possibility claims that the universe emerged spontaneously from absolute non-being. But can non-being confer being? Sound reason dictates that what lacks something cannot bestow it. In other words, non-being, which possesses nothing, cannot give rise to something. Nevertheless, some argue that the universe could be the product of chance, or an uncaused event. This view is untenable for the following reasons. A. The argument from system stability, order versus chaos. The universe is a vast, interconnected system. If phenomena were to arise without cause and out of nothingness, the stability of this system would collapse. Consider the human body as a small-scale example of the cosmos. If your heartbeat were suddenly to accelerate or slow down without any cause and purely at random, the body's equilibrium would be disrupted and life itself endangered. The universe, however, has endured for billions of years, and its laws have remained stable. If phenomena truly originated from nothingness and occurred without law or cause, the universe should have collapsed long ago. The very persistence of the universe bears witness to the presence of order and causality behind every phenomenon. B. The principle of the conservation of being. Being and non-being proclaim their own natures. Being refers to that which exists and does not turn into non-existence, while non-being refers to that which does not exist at all. In our universe, nothing is truly annihilated. Rather, everything merely changes form. Wood that burns is not destroyed, but transformed into gas, heat, and light. Water that evaporates does not cease to exist. It becomes vapor in the sky. Therefore, existence is enduring, and absolute non-being has no place in reality. Even what we imagine as a vacuum or emptiness is not true non-being. If we conceive of a place devoid of light, matter, energy, and even cosmic laws, the presence of an observer or intelligence that perceives this emptiness would itself render that place a form of being rather than absolute non-being, because that very intelligence is itself a mode of existence. C. Responding to scientific objections. Quantum mechanics. Some appeal to quantum physics and claim that particles emerge from a vacuum or from nothingness. However, this interpretation arises from the limitations of our perspective. As we observe in the phenomenon of quantum entanglement, the behavior of one particle can be influenced by another particle at a great distance with which it is entangled. If we do not observe the second particle, we may assume that changes in the first particle occurred spontaneously or from nothing, whereas in reality there exists a cause in the second particle that remains hidden from our view. What we call chance or randomness is, in truth, our ignorance of the complex laws and relationships governing existence, not the absence of causation. D. Social and ethical consequences of accepting non-being. Accepting that existence arises from nothing, or that effects occur without causes, has disastrous consequences in human life. If we accept that events are random and uncaused, then a thief in court could claim that the act of theft occurred spontaneously and from nothing, and that he bears no responsibility. Likewise, the success of a scientist would have to be attributed to chance rather than effort. Such thinking dismantles the very foundations of responsibility, science, and ethics. E. Epistemological consequences, the undermining of reason. Ultimately, accepting that existence arises from nothing also undermines the credibility of reason itself, because reason is itself a product of this very universe. If the root of the universe is non-being, then the root of reason is also non-being and randomness. This is catastrophic, for it calls into question the very basis of all human growth and progress. Under such a view, reason can no longer be regarded as a reliable instrument for knowing truth.
2. Refutation of the hypothesis of an infinite linear regress.
The second possibility is to imagine the chain of causes and effects extending linearly backward to infinity. This assumption, too, encounters logical and semantic dead ends. A. The crisis of meaning and the metaphor of falling. If the chain of existence extends infinitely backward and has no source, then our world would have neither origin nor destination. We would be like a person falling in an endless pit, standing on a suspended patch of ground. There is neither a beginning nor an end. In such a condition, does life have any meaning? No. Some say the world is meaningless and we ourselves create meaning for it. This claim is like that same falling person building a beautiful house for himself in mid-air and saying, "I enjoy this house," while the entire ground beneath him is sinking into darkness. Would sound reason accept such an action? Human history shows that humanity has always lived by relying on meaning. If the world were truly absurd, human beings, who are seekers of meaning, would not endure, like a fetus in a dead body, and would perish. The survival of humanity for thousands of years, and its passion and enthusiasm for life, show that we are nourished by a source that is genuinely alive and meaningful. Now, one might ask, perhaps the world is like a mother who has recently died, and we are like a fetus that will die after some time. In that case, can the world still be considered meaningful? Our response is this. At present, we are not able to step outside our own limits and directly see whether the whole of the universe is alive or dead. This is merely a possibility for which there is no proof. But the key question is this. In such uncertain circumstances, which option does a rational and healthy human being choose? The one that gives life momentum, or the one that brings life to a halt? Surely reason dictates that one must choose life and meaning. Moreover, suppose that 1,000 years ago human beings had decided to believe that their world was dead and meaningless. What would have happened then? With such a toxic belief, they would have destroyed themselves and their civilization, whereas the reality is that the world was not dead, because we are still alive today after centuries of immense progress. This survival shows that from that time until now, there has existed a living and meaningful world from which we have been nourished. Therefore, if the pessimistic choice of the past was mistaken, we must learn from it today and not fall into the trap of destructive doubt and hesitation. B. The analogy of the light bulb and the wire. Imagine a light bulb that is lit and a wire connected to it that extends infinitely without ever being connected to a power source, a power plant. Would such a bulb light up? No. The existence of current and light, which are metaphors for our life and consciousness, testifies that this wire is ultimately connected to a source. An infinite regress of causes cannot explain our present existence. This current of awareness and life within us must be rooted in a meaningful source. Otherwise, we are led into contradiction. C. The contradiction of reason and meaninglessness. If we assume that the world is completely meaningless and the product of chance, then our reason, which itself is a product of this same world, must also be illusory and unreliable. In that case, the very tool by which we judge the meaninglessness of the world, namely reason itself, lacks validity. This is a major contradiction. One cannot arrive at a definitive truth, such as the judgment that the world is meaningless, through a reason that is itself the product of chance and illusion. D. The practical test of meaninglessness. Those who claim that one can live while believing in the absurdity of the world are often caught in an unconscious contradiction. On the surface, consciously, they deny meaning, but in their unconscious, they rely on the meaning of the world. If someone truly and at all times believed that everything is illusory, absurd, and heading toward baseless destruction, their psychological structure would collapse and they would be unable to continue living. Human life is inherently intertwined with meaning. Their claim is like someone who imagines that he has consumed poison and, because he suffers no harm, says, "So poison has no effect on me." Whereas the truth is that he never actually consumed poison. He never truly believed in absurdity. Otherwise, he would certainly have been harmed.
A necessary explanation for those who sincerely see life as meaningless.
It must be noted that some people genuinely and sincerely perceive life as meaningless, and it is not easy for them to accept that the world is meaningful. Our response to these individuals is as follows. The world is full of meaning, potentially, and the human being must, through gradual discovery, actualize this meaning for himself. The world is not meant to hand meaning to anyone ready-made. This is the task of the intelligent human being. Now, if a person has a deficiency in the tools of discovering and understanding meaning, or is not standing in the right position, it is natural that he finds no meaning and claims that the world is absurd. In reality, it is his personal world, given his current perspective, that is meaningless, not that the entire world is inherently devoid of meaning. For example, consider a person who, from birth, has grown up in a forest solely among animals and has had no contact with humans or civilization. Now, if we give him a gold bar, would he see it as valuable? No, because for him, the value of gold has not been discovered, and he sees no difference between it and a piece of stone. He sincerely sees the gold bar as worthless, but his judgment does not eliminate the true value of gold. If there are people who sincerely see the world as meaningless, this is not evidence that meaning does not exist in the world. For if there were truly no meaning, no one anywhere should be able to find meaning. The existence of many people who rationally and sincerely have found meaning is strong evidence for the falsity of the hypothesis of a meaningless world. Of course, it should be noted that with this example, we do not intend any disrespect toward those who have seen life as meaningless. Rather, the aim is to clarify the conditions that can create in a person the illusion that, because I have not seen meaning in the world itself must therefore be meaningless.
3. Critique of a God separate from the world and the introduction of the totality of being.
In this section, we examine the third viewpoint, a perspective that presents God as a being separate from the existence of the world. In this reading, God stands beyond space and time, in an independent position, and as the first cause, or the unmoved mover, grants existence to a chain of beings that continues until the emergence of our world. Although this view contains traces of truth, it is incomplete and faces serious problems. To analyze it more precisely, we examine this view through two mental images. The linear model, cause and effect, a God who places the first piece and the rest come into being sequentially. The radiative model, the sun and its light, a God who is like the sun and the world is the rays of its light. We will show below why both images are untenable.
1. Critique of the linear model, the distant and observing God.
In the first assumption, God, as the first cause, creates the first effect. That effect becomes the cause of the next phenomenon, and this line extends until it reaches our world. This perspective faces the following challenges: deficiency in perfection and creatorship. In this case, the greatness of the world lies outside the essence of God. If God is the first cause and has created only the first link,
while the other links are created by intermediaries, then God's role in creation is diminished, and he is not the direct creator of everything. A needy God. If God wishes to manage this world external to himself, to reward or punish, he becomes dependent on tools and interventions in something that is other than himself. Absence and distance. If we say that God has established laws or assigned angels to administer the world so that he himself remains uninvolved, then he is no longer the direct ruler and has become very distant from his world. This image conflicts with a God who is present and observing everywhere. Therefore, a God separate from the world possesses neither absolute perfection nor absolute sovereignty.
2. Critique of the radiative model, the paradox of the sun and light.
The second case, which has more supporters among religious believers, is the analogy of the sun and light. It is said that God is a sun, and the world is the light emanating from him. This light, the world, depends on the source, God, and if the source were extinguished, the world would vanish as well. Although this dependence is correct, this model also leads us to major contradictions. The crisis of meaning. Does this light emanating from God, our world, possess value and meaning? If we say no, and that the world is merely a purposeless radiation, the very principle of rationality is undermined. If we are worthless beings in a meaningless world, then all our arguments, developments, and real experiences become absurd, yet we have experienced meaning in life. If, on the other hand, we say yes, the world does have meaning, then the question arises, what is the ultimate destiny of this meaning? If this radiation proceeds linearly to infinity, it ultimately ends in ambiguity and nothingness. A meaning that has no final destination and merely moves along an infinite line is, in its essence, meaningless. And here, all the arguments we used to reject the meaninglessness of the world apply once again. The problem of the depletion of God, a defect in eternity. The more serious objection is this. If God is constantly radiating meaning and existence outward from himself, is something not diminished in him? If we say that something is diminished, then God gradually weakens and moves toward decay. A God who radiates for billions of years and is depleted is neither perfect nor eternal. If we say that he recreates what he gives, the question arises, from what does he recreate it? From nothing, nothing can be made. And if he draws from a source outside himself, then he is no longer self-subsistent and becomes dependent on that external source. Therefore, the God of the radiative model, if understood linearly, is either lacking in perfection, or mortal, or dependent. Such attributes are incompatible with the true God.
4. The fourth perspective, the grand cycle and the totality of being.
After rejecting the previous perspectives, we arrive at the fourth perspective, a revised and more developed version that resolves all earlier difficulties and brings the attributes of God into complete harmony. In this model, existence is a vast cycle, infinite from our point of view. Unlike the linear model, in which beings move endlessly forward and never return, here the chain of existence follows a path that ultimately returns to its own origin. It should be noted, of course, that the totality of being is not limited to a single cycle. Rather, it consists of infinitely many cycles that together form a single unified whole. For the sake of conceptual simplicity, however, we present it here as one cycle.
The attributes of the God of the totality of being.
Unity of existence. God is not a being separate from the world. Rather, he is the totality of being itself. Everything is within him, and he is within everything. The worlds and beings that we perceive, as well as those hidden from our perception, the unseen, are all components of this single existence. Absolute self-sufficiency and perfection. Since nothing exists outside the totality of being, God is in need of nothing other than himself. He is absolutely self-sufficient. Omnipresence and absolute knowledge. When everything is a manifestation of him, he is present everywhere and is aware of all the particles of his own existence. The cycle of return, resolving the problem of dissipation. In this model, the emanation of God is not linear and wasteful. Whatever proceeds from him, receives life, returns to him again through a vast cycle. This is the true meaning of the phrase, "Indeed, we belong to God, and to him we shall return." No energy or meaning is annihilated. Rather, it continues within an intelligent cycle.
Self-creation and the challenges ahead.
In this perspective, God is the cause of himself, self-subsisting. He takes from within himself and gives to himself. That is, one form of existence transforms, apparently dies, and is reborn in another form. Everything is continuously changing and transforming within him. However, we must pay close attention to the relativity of our perspective when speaking about God. When we say within God, we do not mean that there is something outside of him, because outside of God would mean non-existence. Likewise, when we say that he creates himself, we do not mean that he was once non-existent and then came into being. Rather, this is how the process appears from our limited viewpoint. Some of the important questions that may arise in this discussion include the following.
Is it not heretical to identify the Creator with the creation? Defining God as the totality of being seems very close to pantheism, the view that everything is God.
Response: No, not at all. The ranks of creator and creation are not dissolved into one another, and with an informed perspective, their distinction remains evident. At the same time, one must recognize that everything that exists arises from a single, unified existence. Consider the example of the ocean and its waves, which for many symbolizes God and his creations. They say the ocean represents God, and the waves represent his creatures. On the one hand, a wave is different from the ocean itself. The ocean is vast, the waves are small. Waves depend on the ocean. Waves arise from within the ocean, and so on. But can a precise boundary truly be drawn between the two? No. For even if we were to remove all the waves from the surface of the ocean, what would remain would still be an ocean with waves upon it. If we were to remove yet another layer of waves, the result would be the same. New waves would again form on the surface. If this process were repeated again and again, eventually no ocean and no water would remain at all. Thus, the wave and the ocean are two manifestations of a single existence. This profound point will be explored more deeply in Chapter 9 in the section on emergent properties.
Does viewing the totality of being as cyclical strip it of meaning, reducing it to repetitive and circular motion?
Response: No, because the totality of being is a collection of countless interwoven circular orbits that generate eternal meaning, and their repetition never leads to emptiness or absurdity. For example, is our breathing a meaningless and repetitive act? No. Although we may have inhaled and exhaled millions of times, this repetition has resulted in life, a life filled with novelty and value. That is why we never grow weary of breathing or sustaining it. The totality of movements within the circular orbits of existence functions in a similar way, granting it eternity accompanied by meaning and value.
How has God created himself? What happens to the concept of time in this context?
Response: This profound issue will be addressed in the next chapter.
What is the place of the human-like and personal attributes attributed to God, such as justice, mercy, lordship, and so on?
Response. This beautiful discussion will also be explained in Chapter 9 within the topic of emergent phenomena.
Concluding remarks: the illusion of the straight line.
To better understand this cycle, consider the example of the Earth. When we stand on the Earth, it appears flat, and we imagine that if we move straight ahead, we will continue moving away forever. Yet if we keep moving, we eventually return to our starting point because the Earth is spherical. The same is true of existence. We perceive the universe as linear and declining, but the truth of existence is curved and cyclical. That radiation of light, which we once imagined to be lost in infinite darkness, is, in fact, returning along a circular path to its source, thereby guaranteeing the eternal continuity of the system. A more detailed explanation of this remarkable mechanism will follow in the remainder of the book.
Chapter 7. God and Time. The Dance of Eternity and Free Will. Introduction. The Riddle of the Key and the Safe.
One of the most complex and long-standing questions in the realm of theology has always been the nature of the relationship between God and time. Is God, like us, confined within the flow of time? If the answer is yes, then God would be unaware of the future, and his absolute knowledge would be called into question. If the answer is no, if he exists beyond time, then how can he interact with a changing world? And does any room remain for human will and freedom? A more fundamental question follows. Was there ever a time when God did not exist and then came into being? This assumption confronts us with a paradox similar to the metaphor of a key inside a safe. Imagine a locked safe whose key is inside it. It is impossible to open the safe because accessing the key requires the door to already be open. Likewise, imagining God as having been created within linear time produces a logical deadlock of the same kind. In this chapter, we approach these foundational questions from a new perspective.
1. The relativity of time, a mental illusion or a fluid reality.
Our brief and initial answer is this. God is both within time and beyond it. Absolute existence is not limited by any constraint, and time itself exists within God rather than God being confined within time. To grasp this more deeply, however, we must first examine the nature of time itself. Time is not an absolute phenomenon. It is entirely relative. Example of time difference? Your 9 a.m. may correspond exactly to 9 p.m. for someone on the other side of the earth. This simple difference already shatters the idea of time as something absolute, even though we intuitively assume that there must always be a 12-hour gap between 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. Example of the sun. We are accustomed to perceiving the world as either day or night. But what would someone see if they could stand on the surface of the sun? There would be no night turning into day, nor any day that sets. On the sun there is pure and perpetual light. Day and night are products of our limitations on Earth. When we move beyond those limitations and look from a larger scale, the sun, the kind of time we are used to loses its meaning. God's relationship with time is similar. Time, as linear and fleeting as we experience it, has no such meaning for God. For him, there is always an eternal now.
2. Time as the child of motion.
To understand how God transcends time, we must recognize that time is a mental construct arising from motion. In other words, time is born of movement. If at this very moment all particles in existence were to cease moving, if a bird froze mid-air, water stopped dripping, and planets stopped revolving, what would happen? Immediately, the concept of time would collapse. We measure years based on the Earth's rotation. If there is no motion, there is no time.
3. Absolute existence, a beginningless and endless cycle.
In our discussion of causality, we discovered that absolute existence is a vast, interconnected cycle. When we consider this whole as a single unit, we see that it does not move in relation to anything outside itself, because there is no outside. Therefore, time cannot be defined for the essence of the whole. This is timelessness, or the eternal present previously mentioned. Yet within this absolute existence, there is an immense turbulence of motion. Its components are in constant activity: birth, transformation, and death. Thus, time exists within this system for its parts. Recall again the example of day and night and the sun. Day and night are meaningful for us on earth, but meaningless for the sun itself. The metaphor of the earth. Imagine walking on the surface of the earth. For you, as a part of this system, movement and time, north, south, tomorrow, yesterday, have meaning. But for the earth itself, as a whole, it makes no difference where you are. Everywhere is simply on itself. Within the grand cycle of existence, the forward movement of its parts ultimately reconnects them on a large circular scale to the point of origin. In such a structure, for absolute existence, time is always present. In truth, the future reaches the past, and the past reaches the future, with the difference that they are not exactly the same. They take on new forms. For example, if we move southward on Earth, we eventually reach the South Pole. If we continue in the same direction, we emerge from the other side of the globe and reach the North Pole. And by continuing again, we return to the South Pole. It is as though the North Pole leads us to the South Pole and vice versa. Yet within this seemingly repetitive cycle, each time we arrive at the South Pole, the Earth itself has moved along its orbit around the Sun. This means that each arrival occurs in a different overall position. Thus, the transformation of past into future and future into past within absolute existence is not a dry repetition. Rather, at every moment, a new past and a new future emerge and merge, fully compatible with a meaningful conception of life.
4. The secret of creation and the discovery of God.
Within this cycle, the human being is a discoverer of God. When we ask, where did God come from? It is like searching for the edge of the earth while walking on its surface. If we continue the journey, we realize that the God we have discovered was present even before our discovery. In fact, He is the one who provided the very ground for this search. God is self-subsisting. The cause of His existence lies within Himself, just as in a circle, every point can be both a beginning and an end.
5. The paradox of divine knowledge and human free will, the mathematical equation analogy.
The final and crucial question is this. If God sees everything, past, present, and future, simultaneously, are we trapped in determinism? The answer is no. God's knowledge does not negate human free will. To understand this, imagine existence as a fixed mathematical equation, for example, x plus y equals z. God is the very ground and law of this equation. He is aware of all its possible states. He knows that if the input is 2 plus 2, the result must be 4. If the input is 5 multiplied by 5, the result must be 25. All results, destinies, are known within His knowledge in advance. but it is we who freely choose which number or which input we will be in the equation. God does not force us to be any particular value within this infinite range of possibilities because here we possess full freedom. However, the moment we choose what we will be, the result follows inevitably according to the fixed divine law, the justice and order of existence. In other words, God knows that if you take this path, you will reach that destination because all paths and all destinations are contained within His knowledge. Therefore, the future is not a rigid, single-option fate. Rather, it is a field of infinite possibilities, all known to God, from which we freely actualize one.
Concluding words of the chapter.
The paradox of God and time is resolved as follows. Time, as we experience it, does not exist for God. God is both within time and beyond time. God contains past and future simultaneously, but not in the sense that the future is predetermined. God is self-creating, because within the circle of existence, everywhere is both a beginning and an end.
Chapter 8. The nature of total existence, from self-subsistence to the manifestation of attributes.
In the previous chapters, we introduced God as total existence, a vast, intelligent cycle encompassing all that is. Yet the inquisitive human mind immediately encounters a fundamental question. If God is total existence itself, then where did this existence come from? What is the cause of the emergence of this very cycle? In this chapter, we address this vital question from several perspectives, and then turn to the issue of attributing human qualities to God and to the relationship between Creator and creation.
1. The Enigma of Origin, grasping infinite greatness.
The first obstacle in answering the question, where did existence come from, is our inability to comprehend the true dimensions of existence itself. In our discussion of causality, we noted that our universe is but one link in an infinite chain, yet our limited minds instinctively attempt to measure the end point, total existence, by the standards of a starting point, the partial human mind. This is a cognitive error. When we ask, where did total existence come from, we have not yet fully grasped the meaning of the word total. Total existence means everything. It means that there is nothing outside it that could serve as its source. Could it have come from non-existence? No. Non-existence has no capacity to generate existence. Could it have come from another existence? If there were another existence that created this one, then this would no longer be total. Rather, the sum of the two together would constitute the totality. Therefore, total existence is self-subsistent. It is self-originating. The reason for its being lies within itself. As we noted in our discussion of cycles, at the grand scale, the end returns to the beginning, and the notion of an external origin loses its meaning. The analogy of the cell and the galaxy. To better understand our cognitive limitations, imagine a single cell within your body asking, where is the Milky Way galaxy? Is it to the north or the south? This cell is infinitesimally small even in relation to your body, let alone to an entire galaxy. Even if you were to answer, the galaxy is everywhere, or provide precise coordinates, the cell would lack the capacity to comprehend them. Our question about the origin of total existence is similar in nature. We are still on the first step of understanding, yet we ask about the final step. If we fail to find an answer, this does not mean that no answer exists. Rather, it indicates the inadequacy of our current cognitive capacity.
2. Spinoza's philosophical argument, necessary existence,
To demonstrate why total existence must exist and requires no external creator, we may draw upon the profound arguments of Spinoza. He refers to God as the substance of existence, infinite and unbounded. According to Spinoza, the non-existence of any entity can arise only from three possible conditions. If none of these conditions apply, that entity is necessary in existence and must exist. An external obstacle. For example, a seed that is planted but fails to grow due to cold or lack of water. External impediments prevent its development. In the case of total existence, since nothing exists outside it, for it is the totality, no external obstacle is possible. An internal deficiency or imperfection, such as a rotten seed that cannot grow even in fertile soil. Total existence, being absolute perfection and the source of all that is possessed, lacks no quality that could prevent its existence. An inherent contradiction. Concepts such as a square circle or a bald man with curly hair cannot exist because they involve contradiction. Contradiction arises from limitation. In the infinite and unbounded existence of God, namely total existence, oppositions are resolved at a higher level, and no contradiction prevents existence.
Conclusion.
There is no external obstacle, no internal deficiency, and no inherent contradiction in total existence. Therefore, it is self-grounded. It is its own reason for being, eternal and everlasting.
3. The origin of divine attributes, God or a mirror of humanity.
Another important question arises. Where do attributes such as kindness, justice, beauty, love, wrath, or retribution, attributes we ascribe to God, originate? The brief answer is this. Human beings are the discoverers and describers of God. God, total existence, possesses, in his essence, innumerable layers of complexity and grandeur. It is the intelligent human being, as the discoverer, who perceives this greatness and gives it expression. Naturally, the discoverer describes what is discovered through the lens of their own perspective. If a mountain possessed consciousness and wished to describe God, it would likely portray him as absolute firmness or ultimate solidity. The human being, who experiences love, knowledge, beauty, and justice within their own existence, perceives God as the absolute source of God, knowledge, and beauty. A human cannot describe a God devoid of humanly intelligible values. This does not mean that these attributes are imaginary. Rather, as we shall explain in future chapters, God truly possesses these attributes because the human being is a part of God, and if a part manifests these qualities, the whole must necessarily contain their source. However, the language and framework of description remain human.
4. Is calling God total existence blasphemy?
Some critics argue, when you equate God with existence, you diminish his status and confine him to the material universe. Others say, identifying the Creator and the creation as one is blasphemy. We respond to these criticisms as follows. A. The breadth of the concept of existence. When we speak of existence, we do not mean only the galaxies discovered to date. In the past, humanity limited existence to its village, then to its city, its planet, and its solar system. As knowledge advanced, our definition of existence expanded. What we currently know of the cosmos compared to total existence, God, is like a single grain of sand compared to all the sands of the world's beaches. Thus, identifying God with total existence does not limit him. Rather, it is an acknowledgement of a greatness of which we have not yet grasped even a fraction. The vast majority of this reality presently appears to us as a form of the unseen realm. B. Unity within multiplicity. The water cycle analogy.
Is identifying the essence of creator and creation blasphemous? Consider the relationship between a lake and rain. What brings the lake into being? Rain. Where does the rain come from? Clouds. And the clouds? From the evaporation of the very water in the lake and the seas. From one perspective, rain, the creator, is in the sky, and the lake, the created, is on the earth, distinct in position. Yet in essence, are they separate? No. Both are water, manifested in different forms. Rain is the water of the sea that has ascended and then returned. Our relationship with God is similar. As the Quran states, "Indeed, we belong to God, and indeed to Him we return." We and God differ in rank. We occupy the limited earthly level, while He stands at the absolute transcendent level. But we are not separate in essence. This perspective is not blasphemous. Rather, it represents one of the most elevating forms of God knowledge. In this view, the human being is not a stranger in the universe, but a drop that has become conscious of its oceanic origin. A more detailed explanation of this mechanism will be presented in the next chapter under the title Emergent Properties.
Chapter 9. Emergent Properties, the Missing Link in Theology.
In the previous chapters, we discussed the concept of the totality of existence and its systematic structure. Now, however, the time has come to unveil one of the most fundamental pillars of this discussion: emergent properties. This concept is precisely the missing link that explains the connection between the material world and an intelligent God in a language that is both scientific and philosophical.
1. Defining emergent properties, when the whole is more than the parts.
Before applying this concept to the question of God and existence, we must first understand its nature. In a precise definition, an emergent property refers to a state in which a system as a whole acquires properties and characteristics that do not exist in any of its individual constituent parts when considered separately. To clarify this idea, consider the following examples. The water molecule. A single water molecule, H2O, is not wet and does not possess the property of wetness. However, when billions of water molecules come together, a new characteristic emerges, namely fluidity and wetness, a property that did not exist at the level of individual particles. The brain and consciousness. If we dissect the human brain, we cannot find consciousness, memory, or personality in any single neuron. Neurons on their own are merely carriers of electrical signals. Yet, when millions of neurons interact within a complex network, a remarkable phenomenon called intelligence and awareness comes into being. Our consciousness is an emergent property that arises from the combined activity of these components. An ant colony. If you examine a single ant in isolation, you encounter a creature with very limited intelligence, one that, if left alone, will lose its way and eventually die. Yet this same simple ant, when placed alongside thousands of others to form a colony, gives rise to astonishing behavior. This collective intelligence can build bridges, practice agriculture, wage war, and construct complex ventilation systems. This higher-level intelligence does not exist in any individual ant. Rather, it emerges from the system as a whole.
2. Applying the concept to existence. Where is God in this world?
We now extend this principle to the totality of existence. We have stated that God is identical with the totality of existence. Yet, when we look at the components of the world, stones, mountains, planets, and stars, we seemingly find no trace of intelligence, will, or personality. A stone has no consciousness, and vast regions of the cosmos appear empty and silent. Critics therefore ask, If the universe is nothing but dust and rock, then where are God's will, wisdom, personality, and absolute knowledge? The answer lies precisely in emergent properties. If we consider the whole of existence as a single system, it is true that the individual components possess little or no intelligence on their own. However, from the infinite interactions among these components, operating within precise laws, a higher reality emerges. That emergent reality is God. From this perspective, the totality of existence possesses intelligence, will, personality, and decision-making power, qualities that may not be observed in each individual component, yet are defining attributes of the system as a whole.
3. The analogy of the human body, God within the body.
The best way to understand this truth is to return to ourselves. Let us look at the human body. Do your bone cells have a personality? Do kidney cells or blood cells possess a conscious self? No. The intelligence of a single cell, compared to the intelligence of the whole human being, is negligible. We cannot find your personality, love, or will under a microscope or within your blood vessels. Yet this very body, at the macro level, forms a single intelligent identity called I. This I, mind or soul, encompasses the entire body and decides whether the hand should move or the eye should see. The relationship between God and the universe is exactly the same. God is that higher intelligence, the supreme will and the soul of the universe, encompassing all particles of existence, even though, if we search within each individual particle, we do not find that centralized intelligence.
4. Resolving the mystery of the return to God.
This perspective also clarifies the profound meaning of the phrase, "Indeed, we belong to God, and indeed to Him we shall return." Just as the cells of our body are born, fulfill a function in service of the whole system, and then die and are replaced, we human beings are intelligent components of this totality of existence. God, the total intelligence, assigns our role within this system. He gives life and takes life. Our death is not annihilation. Rather, it is integration into the system and a change of form for the continuation of the life of the whole. We are part of the eternal process of this living existence. In this sense, after the completion of one phase, the total intelligence, God, ultimately decides whether we are worthy of elevation, paradise, or must descend from our rank, hell and hardship.
5. Responding to philosophical critiques, matter and consciousness.
Throughout the history of philosophy, critiques have been directed at doctrines of the unity of existence, claiming, if God is identical with the world, and the world is material, then God cannot possess personality or consciousness. The concept of emergent properties answers these critiques. We have shown that matter, when organized into a complex and systemic structure, can give rise to the non-material, consciousness, and will. Just as the brain, matter, produces consciousness, non-matter, the universe, matter, manifests God, an intelligent reality. Therefore, our God is not a material, blind, or unconscious deity. Rather, He is a God endowed with personality, will, and a system of reward and consequence. These attributes are properties of the macro level of the system.
6. Redefining religious concepts in the language of systems.
Within this framework, religious concepts acquire a scientific and functional clarity. A. Revelation and guidance. Revelation is, in essence, the flow of awareness from the whole to the part. Just as the central nervous system transmits guiding signals to individual cells, the total intelligence, God, conveys guidance within beings according to their capacity. It is as though a voice of infinite nature resonates within the limited realm of their being. B. sin, and reward. In a unified system, sin is any action that obstructs the flow of life or damages the structure of the whole. Harm to oneself or to another is equally harm to the whole. In contrast, reward is alignment with the evolutionary flow of the system, whose natural outcome is receiving greater support and energy from the totality of existence. C. Faith. Faith is reliance upon something that does not fit within the limited vision of human perception, yet is grasped through inner insight. A faithful person relies on a hidden and transcendent power that encompasses everything. This is a highly intelligent act, but because the individual's level of understanding is higher than average, the narrow-minded may perceive them as delusional. Faith is not an action without evidence. Rather, its evidence remains hidden from those who are blind to it. D. Miracle. A person who has a strong connection with God, faith, can enter into a two-way relationship with the system. At times, due to deep harmony, the system fulfills their request, producing a change that appears to the public as a miracle. Just as the laws of aerodynamics, a higher-level system, can overcome gravity, a lower-level law, the metaphysical laws of the system, prayer and faith, can transcend ordinary physical laws. At other times, the system informs the faithful individual of future events or emerging processes, such that, through proper positioning, what seems like a miracle occurs. The splitting of the sea for Moses and his followers is an example of such phenomena. E. The use of the pronoun we in sacred texts. God's frequent use of the pronoun we in sacred scriptures is a clear reference to his systemic and emergent nature. While singular and one, he is also the outcome of a vast totality and the manifestation of all forces combined. F. The Quran's special attention to ants and bees. The Quran pays special attention to ants and bees, so much so that 2 chapters are named after them, An-Naml and An-Nal. Both creatures exhibit collective intelligence, a remarkable emergent phenomenon. From this perspective, their selection subtly points to the intelligent structure of the totality of existence.
7. Philosophical subtleties, addressing 2 fundamental ambiguities.
Along this path, 2 subtle questions may arise.
1. Is God a product of the universe?
Critics may argue, in emergent phenomena, the higher property depends on the parts. Does this mean God depends on the material universe? The answer is that the relationship is not linear or one-directional. In the totality of existence, which is eternal, linear time has no meaning such that we could say matter existed first and God appeared later. God's intelligence and the structure of existence have always been simultaneous and unified. God is not merely a result. Rather, the system itself and the laws governing it are manifestations of God's will. There exists a reciprocal and inseparable relationship between the outward form, matter, and the inner reality, intelligence.
2. What is the difference between revelation and instinct?
One might ask, is prophetic revelation the same as animal instinct? Both revelation and instinct originate from a shared channel of communication, the system's message to its components, but they differ fundamentally in level and content. The system communicates with beings according to their capacity. In animals with limited capacity, it appears as instinct for survival. In humans with infinite spiritual potential, it manifests as living awareness, moral guidance, and divine intuition.
Concluding words, the hidden manifest God.
Ultimately, we encounter a God who perfectly embodies the paradox of the manifest yet hidden. He is manifest because his body and outward manifestation, nature and the galaxies, stand before our eyes. He is hidden because his intelligent and emergent essence, the soul of the universe, is not perceived by the physical eye, but grasped by reason and by understanding the system as a whole. Just as the nervous system governs the body without being confined to a single organ, God is the absolute sovereign of existence, a reality that has arisen from the loving and intelligent interaction of the particles of the universe.
Part 3. Discussion of Atheism and Responses to its Arguments. Chapter 10. A Critique of Atheism and the Enigma of the Self.
In this section, we examine the viewpoints of atheists, their arguments, and their way of approaching the concepts of God and existence. Many highly important points are embedded in this discussion, points that invite serious reflection from those who hold such views. The primary argument of atheists is that the existence of God has not been proven to us. Of course, there is also a group that speaks with certainty about the non-existence of God. Our discussion, however, is not directed at this dogmatic group, but rather at those who say, the available evidence is not convincing to us, therefore, we do not believe.
1. The paradox of provability. Must God fit into a container?
The first question that must be addressed is this. Are we expecting God to have a universal proof that is equally understandable to every individual human being? Do we expect God to reveal himself in such a way that all people, regardless of their level of perception and understanding, can see him in exactly the same manner? If we expect God to be universally provable, we immediately encounter a profound contradiction. Proof means placing a truth within the container of human understanding and comprehension. When something falls within the range of human perception, experience, or understanding and becomes fixed within that container, we say it has been proven. But God is an infinite reality, while the human being is only a small part within this infinity. How can the infinite be placed within the limited container of the human mind and experience? If God were to fit into the container of our understanding and thus be proven, he would become smaller than that container, the human mind. A God who can be fully encompassed and proven by human beings is no longer God. Rather, human beings would have mastery over him, not the other way around. Therefore, if we properly understand what is meant by God, we realize that God should not have a universal material proof, because such a proof would negate the very nature of divinity. As mentioned earlier in the discussion of emergent properties, God is the invisible soul within the entire system of existence. Neglecting this invisible soul and searching for a physical vision of God leads human beings to the false conclusion that God does not exist.
2. The Enigma of the Self, an undeniable yet unprovable reality.
To better understand this issue, let us return to ourselves. The human being is a small drop from the ocean of existence. The question is, can you prove yourself? At first glance, you might say, yes, this is my body, therefore I exist. But with a bit more reflection, it becomes clear that yourself is not your body. If you sleepwalk and unknowingly commit an offense, yourself is not held accountable, because the conscious self was absent at that moment, even though your body performed the act. Or consider this. If all the components of your body were recreated in a laboratory exactly as they are now, that new being would not be you. It would merely be a copy of your physical body. Some believe that the self is nothing more than the sum of bodily components, the brain, heart, veins, and so on. Yet we know that there is a power within the human being that goes beyond these components, the power to create ideas. The ideas you have today did not exist anywhere in your body 10 years ago. where do these ideas come from? They are continually being added to you, while your bodily components remain largely the same. Even identical twins, with the same genetics and environment, can develop entirely different personalities and opposing ideas, one benevolent, the other criminal. This shows that the self is not limited to genetics or environment. If our ideas were solely the product of genetics or environment, such differences should not exist. And yet we observe that each human self, like a fingerprint, is unique. Therefore, there exists something beyond the body, yet connected to it, called the self. This self is invisible. It has no color, no weight, and no size. No atheist can physically prove their own self or their capacity for reason, yet they are absolutely certain of its existence. The only way to prove it is to present it to another intelligent human being who possesses the same kind of existence, so that, by recognizing it within themselves, they can recognize and accept it in another. God is exactly the same in this regard. Atheists search for a God with physical coordinates, color, smell, size, while the true God is the manifest hidden. If God were to become fully apparent and limited, he would no longer be God. By understanding our own invisible self, we can grasp that, on a larger scale, an invisible intelligence and soul governs the universe, an intelligence that we call God.
3. Responding to the claim of illusion, the reality of the mind.
It may be argued that this self, or reason, is merely an illusion produced by chemical reactions in neurons. If we accept that the self is an illusion, we immediately encounter a logical paradox. If reason is an illusion, how could this illusory reason correctly conclude that I am an illusion? A faulty tool cannot prove its own faultiness. Secondly, the very foundation of all scientific discoveries, progress, and human civilization, products of this very self, would be called into question, because everything we have built has been created through this inner reason and self. Consider this example. When you eat a sour lemon or a sour fruit snack, saliva is produced in your mouth. Interestingly, if you merely imagine that you are eating a sour lemon, saliva is still produced. Your body responds in the same way to physical reality and to a mental image, which some label an illusion. If the self and mental images are illusions, then we must also accept that our five senses and nervous system, which show real reactions to these illusions, are themselves unreliable and illusory. Accepting this claim destroys the very foundation of our knowledge of the world. Therefore, the self is not an illusion. It exists, it has effects, but it is not physically provable. Now, if we accept the unprovable existence of our own self, why should we deny the unprovable existence of God?
4. Meaningful consequences, chance or purpose.
Denying God carries heavy consequences for human identity. If there is no God, then the human being is merely the product of blind chance, an accident that disappears after a brief period. Accepting this view drastically diminishes the human condition. Is a being that discovers galaxies and transforms the world really nothing more than an accident? If we are the result of chance, then creativity, science, poetry, and thought become meaningless, and the motivation for progress dies. Yet we know that life is meaningful, and we have previously shown that life without meaning is impossible. Therefore, we cannot be the result of mere chance. We have come with purpose, and we purposefully transform within this total existence. And this means that, ultimately, there must be a root and a foundation upon which we rely.
5. Nature or an intelligent creator.
Some say, we have emerged from nature, not from God. The response is this. What characteristics does the nature you speak of possess? Does it have intelligence, love, will, and discernment? If the answer is yes, then this is exactly what we call God, or total existence. But if you believe that nature lacks consciousness, will, and personality, and is merely matter and energy, then you face a contradiction. How can a nature that itself lacks consciousness and will produce a being, the human, that possesses consciousness, will, and love? It is impossible for a producer to lack something that exists within its product.
6. The statistical argument, a truth behind the veil.
Another point to consider is the vast number of believers throughout history. Atheism is not a new phenomenon, but compared to the immense multitude of believers in all eras, it has always been in the minority. Can we really claim that all these billions of people throughout history were either liars or delusional? Although many of them worshipped incomplete or erroneous gods, this massive convergence around a single issue indicates the existence of a central core and a truth. It is unreasonable to believe that humanity has gathered for centuries around a complete lie or a pure illusion. A truth seeker realizes that there must be something that has drawn so many people to itself.
7. Disbelief and faith, redefining the boundaries of truth.
In conclusion, it must be understood that not every atheist is necessarily on the path of falsehood, and not every believer is necessarily on the path of truth. Among atheists, there are those who reject false, incomplete, and irrational gods. These individuals are, in fact, breaking idols, and their reasoning is correct. Until the true and rational God is presented to them, rejecting false gods is itself a step toward truth. But what does the term disbeliever, kafir, truly mean? A disbeliever is one who sees the truth but covers it up, conceals it. If an atheist encounters the rational truth of God, understands it, yet rejects it solely out of stubbornness, a desire to preserve an intellectual label, or fear of change, then that person has departed from the path of truth and becomes an example of disbelief. Likewise, believers who know that their God is false or superstitious, yet persist in it for the sake of personal interests, fanaticism, or fear, are also concealing the truth and fall into the category of disbelievers. Therefore, atheism can be a temporary and useful station for passing beyond superstition and reaching a deeper understanding, but it must not become a final destination where one stops and denies the truth.
Chapter 11. The Argument from Evil and the Puzzle of Divine Justice, a Response to the Greatest Challenge. Introduction.
In this chapter, without preamble, we turn directly to one of the most serious, powerful, and perhaps the most important arguments put forward by atheists: the argument from evil. This argument is considered the most challenging case against belief in a God who possesses the three attributes of absolute power, absolute goodness, and absolute knowledge. The critic's argument may be summarized as follows. We observe the existence of evil in the world: pain, suffering, crime, and natural disasters. Now, if God exists, one of the following possibilities must hold. Lack of benevolence. God does not wish to eliminate these evils. In that case, he is not absolutely good. Lack of knowledge. God does not know that these evils cause suffering and destruction to his creatures. In that case, he is not all-knowing. Lack of power. God knows and wishes to prevent them, but is unable to do so. In that case, he is not all-powerful, and the affairs of the world lie beyond his control. At first glance, this argument appears very strong. However, upon closer examination, we realize that the formulation of the problem itself is different from what it initially seems. In what follows, we will explain and respond to this issue in detail.
1. Relativity in judgment. Who defines evil?
Before anything else, we must ask, what is the definition of evil? In common understanding, anything that causes destruction, death, pain, and loss, such as diseases, natural disasters, and human injustice, is labeled evil. But the fundamental question is this: who determines and diagnoses what is evil? Does the human being, with limited experience and incomplete data, possess the authority to issue a final and absolute judgment? Has humanity reached the end of the story, such that it can declare a given phenomenon to be inherently and absolutely evil? The answer is no, because human knowledge is still evolving. The analogy of vaccination. Imagine a child whose parents take him to receive a vaccination. When the needle pierces the child's body, he feels pain and burning, and he perceives his parents as the cause of this pain, what he considers evil. The child's judgment in that moment is correct. He is indeed in pain. But when he grows older and sees the larger picture, he understands that this momentary pain was the guarantee of his health, and that what he once considered evil was, in reality, an absolute good. Many of the phenomena that we call evil in the world arise from the same kind of error of perspective and our premature judgment while we are still in the middle of the story.
2. Suffering, the catalyst of growth and meaning.
Is the world a random, purposeless collection of events in which we exist briefly and then vanish? No. The world is goal-oriented, and its purpose is growth and the actualization of potentials. For any being to grow, and for its latent capacities to flourish, it inevitably requires challenge, friction, and hardship. The analogy of the strict coach. This situation is similar to that of a coach or teacher who assigns difficult exercises to a student. The student may think that the teacher is inherently cruel and intends to cause suffering. Yet years later, the student realizes that those very hardships were precisely what led him to excellence and success. Therefore, the sufferings imposed upon us along the path of growth are, in essence, good. However, because we are unaware of their underlying wisdom, we label them as evil. Of course, the intelligent system of existence, God, operating according to the law of action and reaction, sometimes imposes suffering not for growth, but as feedback and correction of the errors of creatures, retribution, in order to preserve the balance of the system. In both cases, whether for growth or for correction, the ultimate aim of the system is good. Classification of individuals in the face of hardships. Those in need of correction. Individuals who fail to learn from their mistakes and repeatedly make the same wrong decisions. Each time, the system delivers a stronger blow to prompt quicker self-correction. Once correction occurs, the pain and suffering of that stage quickly end and are transformed into relief and even pleasure. Those with high potential. Individuals whose capacities must be brought into actuality. The world nurtures them under multiple pressures and prepares them to reach what they were created for. In the end, such people recall their hardships positively and become grateful to the God who cultivated them in this way.
An important note.
By these definitions, we do not mean to endorse the actions of oppressive or evil individuals. We are not claiming that the tyrants of the world are divine angels assigned to correct or elevate us. Rather, the point is that their wrongful actions within the precise divine system ultimately result in good, even though that was never their intention. In other words, A person with malicious intent may oppress another, but that oppression may ultimately lead to the growth or correction of the oppressed, while the oppressor must await the negative response of the intelligent system of existence, or God, toward himself. Thus, in this framework, we are not focused on individuals, but on an extraordinary system in which whatever anyone does, the final output of the system is transformed into good, that is, into balance. Evil returns to the evildoer, and good to the doer of good. It must be noted that the persistence of this vast cosmic system depends precisely on this law of balance woven into its very fabric. Any system that operates outside of balance quickly collapses, and only an order in which everything encounters its equivalent can guarantee the system's survival. For example, in a marketplace, a stable market cannot exist if goods are consistently sold either far below or far above their true value. In both cases, the market soon comes to a halt. Now, when we observe our universe, in which life has been flowing for vast stretches of time, we must conclude that every being has continuously encountered its equivalent, leading to this persistence. This is the precise meaning of divine justice.
3. The illusion of annihilation and the continuity of roles.
Critics may argue, granted that some sufferings lead to growth, but what about extreme evils that result in death and the complete destruction of beings? That is no longer growth, it is the end. This is where we must redefine the concept of death. Does death mean annihilation and non-existence? If the evils of the world were truly excessive and destructive, life should have become extinct by now. Yet we see that the cycle of life has continued powerfully for thousands of years. The analogy of the film actor. The death of beings is like an actor whose role in a film comes to an end and who dies within the story. He appears to be gone, but in another film, another world, or another mode of existence, he reappears and plays a new role. Death is not annihilation. It is a change of role and a transition from one stage to another. The analogy of the capitalist and the circulation of money. Imagine a wealthy individual who constantly spends his money. To a naive observer, he appears to be burning and wasting his wealth and should soon go bankrupt. But if he remains wealthy, only two possibilities exist. His money is worthless paper, which life is not, and we humans are valuable beings. He is investing his money in an intelligent economic cycle that returns it to him. God, the totality of existence, has likewise placed beings within a cycle of change and transformation. No one truly disappears. Rather, by changing form, they pass through stages of their evolution, whether ascending to higher levels, paradise, or descending, hell. In fact, if we were to consider death as a real and final end, we would have to accept that human beings are worthless entities whom the world easily produces and replaces, and that despite knowing they will be annihilated, they still prefer to live longer. This would be irrational, because a rational human being, if he knew that the end of the path was truly annihilation, would not continue along that path at all. Yet we observe that humanity is increasingly mastering the heavens and the world. Therefore, human beings cannot be worthless or irrational, and this means that our assumption of death as a final end was false and mistaken.
4. Redefining justice, proportion versus equality.
The final question is this: is the world just? Many people confuse justice with equality. The answer is that justice does not mean equality. Rather, it means that everything is placed in its proper position, proportion. If, within a system, all components are made equal, that system collapses. This is because the foundation of life is movement and flow only occurs when there is a difference in potential, better and worse, higher and lower. The analogy of food distribution. Suppose we have 4 people. 1, a professional athlete. 2, an average individual. 3, a person with a digestive illness. 4, someone who has been on a hunger strike for 3 months. If we act based on equality, the parent justice, and give each of them one identical plate of food, a disaster occurs. The athlete does not become full. The average person does. The digestive patient is harmed, and the hunger striker dies. True justice means giving each person in proportion to their capacity and need. Intravenous fluids, thin soup, or a full meal. The universe itself operates on this same principle. Differences arise from differences in capacities, potentials, and the particular stage of the cycle in which each individual is situated. A reminder of an important point. The intelligent system of existence always operates according to the law of balance. Any system that functions outside of balance collapses rapidly. The persistence of life is evidence of the presence of this precise equilibrium.
5. The cycle of positions and the relativity of happiness.
One might ask, why did God not create everyone the same? Or, if we all come from the same God, why do we enter this world under different conditions? In reality, differences in social class and position lose their meaning over time and within the cycle of existence. The universe is not static. It is in circular motion. Imagine one person at the North Pole, another at the equator, and a third at the South Pole. As all move in the same direction, their positions change. In the cycle of evolution, we will all eventually pass through different phases. Therefore, the linear starting point is not important. The cycle of desires and the error of perception. Consider human desires. A person with a simple life longs for a larger house. The homeowner desires a palace. The owner of a palace seeks power, and the one who has everything longs for a simple, peaceful life, thus returning to the beginning and forming a cycle. This shows that apparent positions are conventional and relative, and that the quality of experience in the present moment is what truly matters. An example of income misperception. Suppose your income has increased from $1,000 to $2,000, and you are happy. Then you see someone earning $10,000. Faulty judgment. He enjoys life 5 times more than I do. Possible reality. He may previously have earned $20,000, and now, having fallen to $10,000, feels a sense of loss. This is completely the opposite of what it appeared to be. Or, in another case, someone's income may have increased from $10,000 to $20,000, who ostensibly should enjoy life 10 times more than you do, yet he may be exactly as happy as you are, because his income has also merely doubled. Therefore, one must pay attention to ratios, not appearances. The same error applies to pain and suffering. The outward appearance of a distressed person does not necessarily indicate an intense inner experience of suffering, just as the healthy appearance of another does not prove the absence of pain. Many people endure pressures internally in such a way that no one notices from the outside for a long time. Thus, we must accept that human perception and judgment are often flawed, and because of these errors, divine justice may appear defective when, in fact, the problem does not lie in justice within the system of existence at all. The precise lawfulness of this supremely intelligent divine system confronts each individual with what corresponds exactly to their own foundations, not necessarily with what seems right or wrong from the limited viewpoint of an external observer.
6. Critical analysis and responses to objections, questions and answers.
In this section, we address the common critiques and questions raised regarding this theory.
A. Emotion and ethics-based critiques. 1. The critique of emotional detachment in the face of suffering, the problem of children's suffering. Question. Saying that evil is relative is easy for someone sitting in comfort. Can one tell a child with cancer that their pain is good? Does the system's inability to educate without pain indicate a flaw in God's engineering?
Answer. Difference in the timing of understanding. Just as a child undergoing vaccination, see Section 1, the vaccination analogy, cannot understand the wisdom behind the pain at that moment, and our explanations are ineffective, so too in life, certain wisdoms become clear only after passing through suffering or at later stages of existence. A person's inability to accept suffering at the moment of pain is not evidence that the suffering is meaningless or gratuitous. The necessity of contrast. Without pain, health and pleasure would have no meaning. Eliminating differences in potential leads to the cessation of the flow of life. See Section 4, the necessity of inequality.
2. The critique of instrumentalizing human beings. Question. Is using humans as instruments for growth incompatible with human dignity?
Answer. Human beings are not separate from God. If God, the total system, wills growth, then in reality the human being's higher self has willed it, even if the current and limited self does not, due to lack of awareness. Human dignity is not confined to this material world and must be evaluated within the context of eternity. The distinction between the lower self and the higher self will be explained further in later sections.
3. The innocence of victims. Question. Victims, such as earthquake victims, had no choice in their situation. How then can they be treated justly?
Answer. The choice was made by the greater self, or the more conscious layer of their existence. This is similar to waking up to the sound of an alarm clock. At the moment of waking, it feels unpleasant and compulsory, but it was a conscious choice made the night before. Moreover, we must again consider that what we see is accompanied by error. Seeing a tragic scene of an earthquake does not necessarily mean that those individuals experienced death in exactly the same negative way we imagine.
4. The critique of excessive optimism. Question. Does turning suffering into an ultimate good lead to moral numbness and a failure to resist injustice?
Answer. No. This perspective is meant for understanding the system as a whole, not for justifying passivity. We are obligated to avoid what we perceive as evil and to resist injustice to the extent of our capacity and proportion, while at the same time recognizing that there exists a higher order and intelligence that manages everything properly. We ourselves are part of that same system, and our struggle against injustice and evil is, in fact, part of the overall system's response.
B. Philosophical and logical critiques. 5. The issue of the indefinability of evil and limited awareness. Question. Even if some evils are relative, cases such as the torture of children are intrinsically evil. Does our ignorance imply that these are good?
Answer. Our primary argument is the stability of the system. If there were independent and absolute evils, the interconnected system of existence would have collapsed by now. See the concluding remarks of Section 4. The persistence of existence testifies that the resultant of all forces serves goodness and balance, even if its details are not currently clear to us.
6. The problem of the best possible world. Question. Why did God not create a world without suffering and painful death?
Answer. God has created the best possible world. What we call evil arises from human sleep and illusion. Perfection is not a point, but a process, and a process requires contrast. A human being with greater awareness, who can see the entire cycle, experiences no pain or suffering. everything they perceive is good.
7. Objections to the use of analogies. Question: is the human educational model, coach, vaccine, necessarily God's model?
Answer: there is abundant empirical evidence from individuals who explicitly identify their past pains as the primary cause of their growth and success. Those who have not yet reached such a conclusion will reach it through their continued existence. This reason, alongside others, can help clarify the issue.
C. Theological and scientific critiques. 8. The critique of the law of forced growth. Question: could God not have brought beings to perfection without pain?
Answer: perfection is the result of movement, and movement requires a difference in level, 2 distinct points. Without deficiency and pain, no movement toward perfection occurs. One must pass through evolution to reach perfection, and these temporary pains and sufferings constitute that evolutionary path. Moreover, when a human actualizes their potential and reaches perfection, none of their pains and sufferings will remain, as though they never existed at all. At that level, a human sees nothing but beauty and pleasure. This is why we consider worldly pains temporary and illusory.
9. Good is not the result of evil, the fallacy. Question: the fact that evil sometimes leads to good does not mean all evils are good. How can we be sure that all evils ultimately result in good?
Answer: once again, we appeal to the stability of existence. If any part of the system were corrupt and did not culminate in good, balance, the accumulation of such disorders would have destroyed the system by now. Our failure to see the good outcome is due to the limitation of our perspective.
10. The lack of empirical evidence, insufficient observability. Question: how do you justify the absence of any evidence for conclusions about the other world?
Answer: 1. The stability of existence itself is evidence of the proper functioning of the system. 2. Common sense, when faced with no decisive evidence for affirming one option and denying the other, chooses between a pointless and painful world, which leads to nihilism and destruction, and a purposeful world, which aligns with the flow of life and selects the latter.
D. Political and social critiques, justice and governments. 11. Dictatorial governments and justice. Question: does the survival of a tyrannical dictatorship imply the existence of justice?
Answer: yes, precisely. No government can endure without proportionality to its people. Example of population transfer. If the people of a dictatorial country, with the same mindset, were moved to a free country, they would turn it into a dictatorship. Conversely, the people of a free country would transform a dictatorship into a healthy government. Systemic justice means that every phenomenon takes shape in proportion to the internal capacity of its components. People living under oppression are experiencing the feedback of their beliefs and passivity. See Section 4, the definition of justice as proportionality.
12. The suffering of non-human creatures, animals. Question: animals do not undergo spiritual growth, so why do they suffer?
Answer: animals are also within the cycle of evolution, and after completing their existential capacity, they are elevated, an allusion to the evolution of consciousness in existence.
13. The problem of premature and accidental death. Question: the claim that death is a new role is metaphysical and unprovable. Natural disasters have nothing to do with our free will. How can these be accepted?
Answer: we cannot directly experience what follows death, but rational argumentation, Section 3, has shown that if death were annihilation, the human being would be worthless and life would be irrational. As for natural disasters, this world is not the foundation of life. Death by catastrophe is merely a change of form and an exit from the stage, something that will happen to everyone sooner or later in one form or another.
E. Metaphysical critiques. 14. The assumption of an overall purpose. Question. What argument do you offer to those who believe the universe lacks purpose and meaning?
Answer. In a meaningless world, human beings could not seek meaning. The very existence of the question and the human longing for meaning indicates the existence of an answer in reality. This has been explained in detail earlier in the discussion of the argument from causality.
Concluding remarks.
In summarizing this chapter, we review 5 key principles. 1. The foundation of the universe is good, for if evil were dominant, its destructive nature would have annihilated existence. 2. Apparent evils are instruments. What humans perceive as evil is a form of systemic good for growth or correction. 3. Death is a change of form. Death does not mean non-existence, but rather a change of costume for the actor on the stage of existence. 4. Justice means proportionality. The universe rests upon precise justice, everything being placed in its proper position, and if it were otherwise, it would collapse.
The relationship between the discoverer of truth and truth itself.
Despite all these explanations, and although there is still room for further discussion, someone may say, I am not convinced that the world is absolutely good and just. This is entirely natural, and not everyone is expected to be convinced in the same way. However, recalling an important point mentioned at the beginning of the book may prevent the reader from turning away from these ideas and instead encourage deeper reflection toward a positive conclusion, namely, the issue of discovering truth. Must truth always appear exactly as we desire in order for us to accept it? Or should we, having certain signs in hand, trust and move forward so that the darker parts may become clear in the future? Undoubtedly, it is the responsibility of the seeker of truth to venture into the darkness in search of that light. Understanding that there is no death, and that the universe manages everything in a fully just and intelligent manner within the cycle of eternal life, is a great treasure. Indeed, the precious truth itself. According to that same justice, it fully reveals itself only to those who seek it and are willing to pay its price, not to those who assume that if this immense treasure has not fallen into their laps and convinced them, then it must not exist. Ultimately, the rational seeker of truth, armed with this set of arguments and as long as no clear refutation is found, significantly elevates the quality of their life. They know that no suffering has befallen them without reason, nor will it. Rather, everything is designed to incline toward the good.
Chapter 12. The argument from divine hiddenness. God's silence or our deafness?
In this section, we arrive at another major challenge raised by atheists. The argument from divine hiddenness. This argument seeks to call into question the existence of a God who is simultaneously perfectly benevolent and the creator of the universe. The formulation of the argument is as follows. If God is perfectly good and desires a relationship with his creatures, why has he hidden himself? There are sincere truth seekers who genuinely search for God, yet find no sign of him. The existence of such individuals suggests either that God does not exist, or that if he does exist, he is not the loving and eager God described by religions. To respond to this challenge, we must explore deeper layers of the human-divine relationship in order to determine whether God is truly hidden, or whether it is our perspective that has become distorted.
1. The search for the impossible. The paradox of the curly-haired bald man.
The first step in responding to this argument is to examine the mental image held by the seeker. What kind of God is this truth seeker actually searching for? Does merely claiming, "I am searching for God," mean that one must necessarily find him? Do all the gods that humanity has imagined truly exist? Certainly not. One should not assume that simply possessing a word called God guarantees a correct path of inquiry. Many people, consciously or unconsciously, search for a God that is the product of human imagination, superstition, or incomplete interpretations of religious texts. They may be looking for a superpower in the sky or a magician who violates the laws of physics. Searching for such a God is akin to searching for a curly-haired bald man. This is a logical contradiction. Such a being cannot exist in the first place and therefore cannot be found. The true God is the totality of existence and the soul of the universe, not a king seated on a throne in a distant galaxy. Thus, one reason many sincere seekers fail to find God is that they are unknowingly searching for a false and illusory God rather than the true one. Naturally, a false God cannot be found.
2. The forest paradox, hidden at the peak of visibility.
The second, and profoundly deep, point concerns understanding the concept of God's absolute presence. We exist within God, and God is everywhere. But then, why do we not see him? Precisely because of this very all-pervasiveness and intensity of manifestation. Consider the forest analogy. There is a well-known anecdote about a person who longed to see a forest. He was taken into the middle of a dense woodland and told, "Here is the forest." He protested, saying, "These many trees prevent me from seeing the forest itself." He did not realize that the forest is nothing other than the collection of those very trees. He had lost sight of the forest because he was immersed within it. Our situation with God is similar. We are submerged in divine manifestations, nature, life, galaxies, and laws, and yet we ask, where is God himself? We fail to realize that this integrated existence and governing order is the body and manifestation of God. God is not hidden. Rather, our eyes seek to separate the Creator from the creation, even though the two are deeply intertwined.
3. The illusion of control. God is not at our command.
Some people expect God to prove himself through extraordinary, customized miracles. They say, "God, if you exist, show me this specific sign right now." Such individuals forget that God is not under human command. Reality does not obey arbitrary and ignorant demands. Consider the electrical outlet analogy. Imagine someone sincerely begging God to allow them to place their hand into an electrical socket without being electrocuted. Do the laws of electricity, part of divine law, cease to function due to their plea? Of course not. Reason dictates that laws must remain stable and consistent. Many people search for a God who acts against reason and law. When they fail to find such a God, because God is law and rationality itself, they conclude that God is hidden. In reality, God is fully manifest in the very laws that transmit electricity.
4. The law of capacity, rain and the cup.
One of the most important responses to the problem of divine hiddenness is the issue of existential capacity. Divine justice requires that guidance and revelation be proportionate to the receiver. Consider the rain analogy. When it rains, if you hold a small cup, you receive only that much water. If you have a pool, it fills accordingly. If you are an ocean, you are filled as an ocean. A person with limited spiritual capacity, a cup, cannot complain that the rain was insufficient, that they did not receive revelation like the prophets. In truth, the rain was abundant, the container was small. God is not hidden, our receivers are weak. The same force that gives you ideas and guidance in everyday matters is the same God who sends revelation to prophets. But because you remain focused on small matters, God appears to you only at that level. Yet you expect to witness something grand, and when you do not, you conclude that God does not exist. To witness greater manifestations, one must build a greater existential capacity.
If you place your attention and focus on deeper matters and sincerely prioritize them, abandoning trivial concerns, you will observe that the intelligence of the universe, or God, assists and guides you in that same direction. This means that whoever truly seeks will indeed receive.
5. Self-imposed deprivation, when God turns away.
God is intelligent and possesses will. At times, hiddenness is an intelligent response to human behavior. When someone knowingly ignores clear signs and persists in obstinacy, the intelligent system of existence deprives them of further insight. Consider the analogy of estrangement. If you consistently mistreat a friend and ignore them, they may stop speaking to you or avoid gatherings where you are present. Their silence does not indicate muteness. It is a response to your behavior. Similarly, God becomes hidden from those who deliberately choose the wrong path. This is pure justice. One who refuses to see eventually loses the ability to see. Thus, some who claim they sincerely sought God but failed to find Him may in fact belong to those whose prior conduct has deprived them of access. Until genuine repentance occurs, they will find nothing of God.
6. God's private language, personal signs.
Finally, it must be understood that God's signs are not necessarily public or universally persuasive. God speaks to each person in their own language. For one seeker, a specific pattern in life, hearing a sentence at the right moment, or a deep inner experience may constitute decisive proof of God's presence, while the same event appears entirely coincidental to another. The human-divine relationship is personal and inward. Do not expect God to send a sign that convinces all skeptics at once. He sends a sign that convinces your prepared heart, which reflects the utmost precision and justice of the divine system. Conversely, if God truly did not exist or had no desire to communicate with His creation, we should not observe any sincere believers. Yet among the vast number of believers, there are undoubtedly individuals who have genuinely and clearly found God and maintain a relationship with Him. This fact alone refutes divine hiddenness. For if God did not exist or wished to remain hidden, no one would find any trace of Him. As an analogy, if a food were truly poisonous and given to several people, all would suffer harm. But if it causes pain in some while leaving others unaffected, one cannot claim the food itself is poisonous. The cause may lie in the individuals, such as their sensitivities.
7. Addressing possible objections. Why has God allowed most people to hold incorrect conceptions?
The goal is the cultivation of beings and creatures, for God is absolutely self-sufficient. One way to find something is first to lose it. Arriving at truth often requires experiencing falsehood. Thus, our incorrect conceptions of God are ultimately part of the divine plan for growth.
Why does God deprive someone who sincerely seeks but erred in the past?
Because God is identical with lawfulness and intelligence. He does nothing arbitrarily. Imagine an electrical circuit where one connection was previously faulty. Even if all subsequent connections are perfect, the bulb will not light. The divine system is similarly flawless. If a past error remains part of the circuit leading to a result, that result will not manifest until correction occurs, repentance. This is why God loves those who repent. They attain awareness and recognize their error, the very aim of divine cultivation.
Does a child raised in a godless culture, but who is truth-seeking, have the capacity to discover God?
One of God's attributes is justice, meaning He holds each individual accountable only to the extent of what they have been given. God grants each person a degree of understanding and potential. The truth they must discover is proportionate to themselves, not a competition with others. Just as divine signs are personal, final judgment is entirely personal. A child raised in a godless culture will be judged according to what they could genuinely realize within their circumstances and potential, not by the standards of others.
Conclusion.
The argument from divine hiddenness is less a critique of God than a critique of our method of searching. God is not hidden. He is manifestly hidden. If we correct our definition of God as the totality of existence, increase our capacity, seek to amend prolonged denial of his signs, and learn the language of personal signs, we will see that he is closer to us than our jugular vein. It was we who stood facing the wall all along, shouting, "Why is there no light?"
Chapter 13. Responding to Modern Challenges and Apparent Contradictions in Theology.
In this chapter, we examine additional components of atheist arguments, and, after analyzing several other important critiques, we will close the case on atheistic perspectives and, in subsequent sections, turn to the arguments of theists. The central focus of this discussion is responding to the challenges of religious plurality and incompatibility, the perceived conflict between science and religion, and the apparent contradictions in the attributes of God.
1. The challenge of religious pluralism and incompatibility.
One of the serious and thought-provoking critiques raised by atheists is the issue of the plurality and incompatibility of religions. The main question is this: if God is one, why do multiple religions and gods exist that often negate one another? If truth is singular, why do followers of religions, instead of gathering around a single axis, accuse one another of polytheism or disbelief and consider only themselves to be right? The answer to this question must be examined from two perspectives. A. The limited capacity of human perception and the dynamism of time. God does not present himself as limited or fixed in every respect. Rather, he is being itself and life itself. Existence reveals him. But who is the discoverer of this existence and truth? The human being. Human perceptual capacities differ from one another, and beyond that, humanity's collective capacity for understanding has evolved throughout history and continues to do so. Therefore, what a human being understood 1,000 years ago is different from what a human being understands today. To make this more tangible, consider the example of watching a film. If you seat a group of 10-year-old children to watch a movie, each will offer an opinion based on their own perspective. One becomes absorbed in the music, another critiques the story, and a third is captivated by the visual scenes. Their opinions may share similarities, but they also display clear differences. Now, imagine showing the same film to these same individuals 20 years later, at the age of 30. Their descriptions will be completely transformed, and may even contradict their childhood impressions. What accounts for this difference? It arises from the dynamic flow of life and the evolution of human capacity. Human beings discover and describe God in proportion to the capacity of their existential vessel and the temporal conditions in which they live. Therefore, differences in descriptions of God across religions are not evidence of God's non-existence, but rather indicators of the diversity of receivers and discoverers of truth. Although truth is one, differing human perspectives, much like the perspectives of film critics versus ordinary viewers, lead to diverse interpretations. B. A critical examination of religious fanaticism. That said, it cannot be denied that part of this incompatibility stems from exclusivism and the egoism of religious followers. The claim that only my God is correct and all others are false arises from distancing oneself from truth and becoming trapped in dogmatism. This is a separate discussion and represents a flaw attributable to believers, not to the existence of God itself. On the other hand, the different attributes emphasized within religions, such as an angry God, a sovereign God, a miracle-working God, or a wrathful God, each reflect one facet of the prism of truth as perceived by the followers of those traditions. Humans have grasped certain attributes and constructed an image of God based on them. Although these images are incomplete, they all point toward a single reality.
2. Science and the God of the gaps.
Another argument frequently invoked by atheists concerns the alleged conflict between science and religion, commonly referred to as the God of the gaps. This critique is directed at traditional believers who sought a God separate from the world to whom they could attribute unknown phenomena. Whenever they did not understand the cause of an event, such as rain or lightning, they labeled it the work of God. However, with the advancement of science and the discovery of natural laws, this imagined God retreated and lost credibility. This historical background has led the modern truth-seeking mind to conclude that God was merely a name for human ignorance and does not actually exist. Yet, the God we speak of is fundamentally different from the God of traditional believers. The true God is not a separate being seated on a throne who occasionally intervenes in the world. Rather, he is identical with the laws of existence and with being itself. When science explains how rain falls according to natural cycles, it is in fact explaining the action of God, not negating him. Rain is the work of God, not a God separate from clouds and wind, but a God who is the integrated system of existence itself. All the laws of physics and nature are manifestations of his systematic will. Therefore, scientific discoveries not only do not conflict with the true God, the God of the entire system, but by revealing the order and complexity of the universe, they further affirm his existence. Scientific progress merely exposed those believers who held an incorrect and illusory concept of God, and promoted that mistaken image to others.
3. Responding to the apparent contradictions in divine attributes.
Atheists also point to logical inconsistencies among God's attributes. Below, we address the most important of these paradoxes and their responses.
A. God's absolute knowledge and human free will. Objection. If God has certain knowledge of the future and all our actions, is the human being truly free? If we cannot act contrary to what God knows, then we are compelled, and if we can, then God's knowledge must be ignorance.
Response. God's absolute knowledge does not mean knowing a rigid, predetermined storyline, but rather encompassing an infinite field of possibilities. To clarify, consider the example of a mathematical equation. In an equation, any variable placed on one side produces a definite result on the other. The equation, the system, is aware of all possible outputs for all possible inputs. The human being exists within this equation and has the freedom to choose which variable, what number, to be. Once that choice is made, God, the system, knows what the outcome will be. This is a dynamic knowledge encompassing all possibilities, not linear determinism. Thus, human beings are fully free in choosing their paths, while God has prior knowledge of all paths and their outcomes.
B. God's omnipotence and the problem of evil. Objection. If God is omnipotent and does not prevent evil, then he must either be powerless or malevolent.
Response. First, evil is a relative concept arising from the limited perspective of human beings. From the macro perspective of existence, what occurs ultimately serves the greater good. Second, human beings and their actions are not separate from God. Humanity exists within the existential body of God. Absolute power belongs to the whole system, God, while humans, as parts of this whole, possess limited freedom. Human freedom, even in performing acts we label as evil, operates within God's overarching power and will, not in opposition to it. Consequently, what humans commit as evil is ultimately transformed into good within the vast and precise divine system. In this framework, individuals receive the just consequences of their actions, retain free will, and even through wrongful acts, contribute to good for themselves, others, and ultimately the entire system.
C. Divine knowledge and the philosophy of testing. Objection. If God knows everything, why does he test human beings?
Response. Divine testing is not for God to discover the unknown, but for human awareness and the process of growth. Divine tests provide a context in which the self-proclaimed individual comes to recognize their true measure. Passing these tests signifies attaining the competence and capacity required to enter higher existential levels. Failing a test reveals to the individual that they are still unrefined and in need of greater effort and learning. This exemplifies the relativity discussed earlier, like when a room seems to spin around us, whereas it is we who are dizzy. Historically, it appeared to people as though God were testing them, while in reality, they were becoming progressively more aware of their own true capacity. Of course, those enlightened figures who understood this reality still expressed it in terms of divine testing, so that the general public could comprehend and accept it.
D. God's self-sufficiency and the issue of worship and punishment. Objection. Why would a self-sufficient God demand worship and punish those who neglect it?
Response. Worship is not for fulfilling God's needs, but for human growth. God is the source of light, meaning, beauty, and power. Connecting to this source through worship enriches the human being. One who does not worship does not harm God, but rather blocks their own access to light and meaning. From one perspective, this is analogous to the body's need for food. Food does not need us to eat it, but we need it to survive. The pain and suffering caused by hunger, punishment, are not the food's revenge. They are the natural consequences of depriving the body of nourishment. Similarly, punishment, or torment in the spiritual sense, is the self-imposed deprivation from the source of life, not the wrath of a tyrannical ruler.
E. The paradox of justice and mercy. Objection. How can God be both absolutely just, precisely punishing every wrongdoing, and absolutely merciful, forgiving sins? These seem mutually exclusive.
Response. The key to resolving this paradox lies in the attribute of lordship, Rab, that is, being a nurturer and educator. Consider a compassionate teacher. Such a teacher is both just and kind, but applies these qualities within a temporal framework and with the goal of education. 1. The period of instruction, manifestation of mercy. During the academic year, the teacher overlooks mistakes, offers leniency, and provides opportunities for correction so that the student may grow. If strict justice were enforced from the very first day, the student would be expelled after the first error, and no education would occur. 2. The examination day, manifestation of justice. After the instructional period ends and all opportunities have been given, the day of examination arrives. Here, the just teacher grades strictly according to performance, and leniency no longer applies.
4. Supplementary section, responding to potential critiques and deepening the discussion.
In this section, we examine more closely some of the objections and critiques raised against the preceding discussions in order to clarify the less visible dimensions of the argument.
First critique, the trap of relativism. In the discussion of religious pluralism. The critic's challenge. In the discussion of religious pluralism, you stated that the differences between religions are like the differences in children's opinions about a movie. This analogy contains a hidden assumption, that there truly is a movie being shown. How do we know that there is any movie at all? Perhaps these children, human beings, are actually sitting in front of a blank, empty screen, and each one is merely projecting, externalizing, their own imaginations and fears onto it. One person sees an angry God because their father was angry. Another sees a kind God because they are in need of affection. If we have no criterion to distinguish a correct interpretation from an incorrect one, and everything depends on individual capacity, then where is the criterion of truth? Does this not imply that religious truth is entirely subjective and a matter of personal taste?
Response. The movie we are referring to is, in reality, the lived experience of life and being, an experience within which every individual must discover the truth necessary for their own well-being and fulfillment. A correct interpretation is itself relative and proportionate to each individual and each era, because truth itself is a living reality, dynamic, intelligent, and governed by its own laws. The criterion for discerning truth lies in the inner messenger, which will be explained in the following section, and not necessarily in what religious followers traditionally claim.
Second critique: the illusion of free will in a mathematical equation. The critic's challenge. You stated that God, the equation, knows all possibilities, but we choose which variable to become. Yet this very analogy of an equation suggests absolute determinism. In a mathematical equation, the number 2 does not choose to be 2. Its position on the coordinate axis is fixed. If God, the system, encompasses all possibilities, and I myself am a product of this very system, genes, environment, upbringing, then my choice is also a deterministic output of the same system. When I choose A, it is because of the brain and bodily chemistry that this system has given me. Where exactly do I stand in this equation, such that I am separate from the system's determinism and able to decide independently?
Response: we ourselves are part of the totality of existence, or, in the equation metaphor, part of the infinite set of numbers. When the totality of existence manifests different forms within itself, we are directly or indirectly involved in that process. Let us suppose, in the equation analogy, that we find ourselves as the number 2, seemingly determined to be so by necessity. Now imagine that our family and environment are represented by the number 1. Together, on the other side of the equation, they produce the number 3, which becomes the outcome and result of our life. The key point is that we are not condemned to remain 2. We can conceive of ourselves as 3 and live accordingly, as if we had been 3 from the very beginning. After some time, we truly do become 3. Despite the fact that our family and environment remain unchanged, the overall outcome of our life, that is, the other side of the equation, changes and becomes 4. This is precisely our free will in shaping our own destiny.
Part 4. Addressing Theists and the Pathology of Religions. Chapter 14. The Pathology of Religiosity, from Modern Idolatry to Living Truth.
In this discourse, the address is directed toward believers in God, those dear individuals who have stepped onto the path of religion with the intention of attaining salvation, yet have unintentionally deviated from the axis of truth. The aim of this discussion is not to deny God, but rather to awaken awareness regarding the deviations that have come to afflict religions. The God who was meant to be the source of human felicity and the religions that were intended to be vessels of salvation from misguidance have unfortunately today become, in many cases, factors of confusion and even causes of aversion to religion for a large number of people. This aversion is a natural reaction to the contradictions embedded within traditional interpretations of God and religion.
1. Tracing the roots of deviation, idolatry in the garb of religion.
Why does humanity repeatedly incline toward idolatry? And why, despite the emergence of monotheistic religions, do we still remain exposed to the danger of idol worship? If one were to claim today that many existing religions are, in practice, engaged in idolatry, one would inevitably face strong opposition. The common response would be that the age of idolatry ended with the advent of the Abrahamic religions, and that we are followers of revealed scriptures. Yet, surprisingly, it must be said that many of these approaches do not constitute worship of the true God, but rather the worship of a mental and historical idol. Previously, we introduced a conception of God who is living, high, present, and identical with the laws governing existence, a God who continuously inspires and reveals guidance to all beings, especially to the human being who possesses superior intelligence. This flow of guidance is never interrupted. This means that God is not a being who spoke once and then fell silent. Rather, He is a God who is perpetually engaged in interaction, transmission, and reception of meaning.
2. The cycle of the perfect human and the mechanism of revelation.
In every historical era, there exists a human being who, due to a lofty existential capacity, is referred to as the perfect human, or the messenger of truth. Although all human beings receive a share of divine inspiration, the perfect human receives this message in its complete and unblemished form. Their mission is to translate and explain the message of salvation and well-being in accordance with the needs and capacities of the people of their time. In ancient periods, humanity sensed the presence of a higher power, but lacking an understanding of how to conceptualize it, turned to idol-making. Those idols may have represented the upper limit of human intellectual capacity in that primitive era. Eventually, a perfect human emerged and declared, "God exists, but he is not confined to these stone idols." He shattered the idols and introduced a greater and more authentic conception of God, one aligned with the evolving consciousness of that age.
3. The freezing of truth and the return to idolatry.
The historical trajectory of religions follows a recurring pattern: emergence and growth. The perfect human appears, proclaims the truth, encounters opposition from some and acceptance from others. The truth grows and reaches a peak of vitality. Decline and fossilization. After the peak, a downward cycle begins. Followers, instead of seeking living truth, freeze the words of the previous messenger. They insist that truth is limited exclusively to what was said in the past, thereby turning the prophet and his message into an idol. Re-emergence and rejection. When the world changes and requires an updated expression of truth, the next perfect human appears. Yet the religious idol worshippers, the followers of the previous prophet, stand against him. Why? Because they have become attached to a historical idol. This pattern is clearly observable in the history of the Abrahamic religions. The followers of Moses, who were rightful in their own time, gradually became rigid and, when Jesus appeared with a renewed message, rejected him. Christians centered their faith on Jesus, and when the prophet of Islam emerged, they did not accept him because their criterion was not living truth, but inherited forms. After the prophet of Islam, when the matter of imamate arose, many obstructed the continuation of living guidance by asserting that the prophet is sufficient, thereby fashioning an idol out of the prophet himself.
4. Living truth versus dead tradition.
God is living and present within the flowing current of life, not confined to a past that has already elapsed. True religiosity consists in recognizing the perfect human of one's own era and hearing God's message for today. Human laziness and fear lead people to cling to decayed appearances of the past rather than to engage in reflection and renewal. In reality, people are unable to keep pace with living truth and thus fall behind, eventually becoming trapped in profound falsehood. Only when the danger becomes severe do they submit to the living truth of their time, and then the cycle repeats. Two metaphors help clarify the meaning of living truth. The highway metaphor. Life is like driving on a highway. If you have driven straight for a distance and the road was correct, that does not justify keeping the steering wheel fixed forever. If the road curves and you continue straight simply because the previous path was correct, you will inevitably crash. Past laws and religious prescriptions were correct in their own time, the straight road, but insisting on applying them verbatim when the historical road has turned is itself misguidance. The appointment metaphor. If you arrange to meet someone in the city square, you cannot expect them to stand there forever. They move, and you must locate their current position. Truth, likewise, is not spatially or temporally fixed, such that it would be frozen 1400 or 2000 years ago.
5. The illusion of exclusivity and a critique of religious rationality.
A prominent sign of deviation in contemporary religions is the claim of exclusive ownership of truth. Muslims, Christians, Jews, and even internal sects within each religion often regard only themselves as saved and others as destined for hell. If such logic were accepted, divine wisdom and justice would be called into question. How could a wise God create billions of human beings only for a small group to be saved while the rest are condemned to hell? This notion arises not from divine truth, but from ignorance and ego within religious adherents. God did not create human beings for punishment. Rather, it is the human being who, by failing to align with living truth, experiences suffering due to disharmony with existence, not because God actively tortures them. Therefore, the seeker of truth must recognize that there must indeed be some inherent value that has drawn so many people toward religions. However, this precious essence is not necessarily reflected accurately in the words and behaviors of religious adherents and preachers, and may even appear distorted. Just as a high-quality product in the marketplace quickly attracts counterfeiters who imitate it for profit, opportunists within religions conceal the truth, an act of disbelief, and present falsehood in its place. The result is what we have all witnessed: superstition and illusion that bring great harm to the collective while generating significant profit for sellers of religion. Thus, it is always the responsibility of the truth seeker to search and discover the living jewel of their own time, rather than assuming that the valuable truth is simply what religious merchants are ready to package and sell.
6. The miracles of the Quran and the question of legitimacy.
Within Islamic tradition, many believers hold that the Quran contains numerous signs and miracles, and they consider these to be evidence of its legitimacy. However, several important points deserve attention. First, if we take miracle as the primary criterion of legitimacy, we may ask, can the astonishing scientific achievements produced daily by scientists, especially those without religious belief, serve as evidence for the non-existence of God? After all, they too accomplish feats that many would deem miraculous. Yet is the legitimacy of a message truly founded on miracles alone? The answer is no. Truth is grasped only by those who possess the readiness to understand it. Those who close their hearts or minds to truth will deny it even in the presence of countless clear signs. Moreover, people sometimes label any unexpected phenomenon a miracle merely to reinforce pre-existing beliefs. Second, if we accept that all existence is a manifestation of divine truth, it is reasonable that any part of the universe, even the simplest phenomena, can reveal astonishing and inspiring insights when examined carefully. For example, imagine a simple storybook written by an author of limited education. If a researcher studies it with prolonged focus and attention, they may uncover complex patterns, meanings, or structures, as though the author had deliberately embedded them, despite the author having no such intention. Regarding the Quran, it must be acknowledged that this text has been studied and interpreted extensively throughout history and consistently treated as a sacred text. It is entirely natural under such circumstances for remarkable connections and structures to be extracted from it. Some of these discoveries may be meaningful and valid. Others may arise from imagination or interpretive enthusiasm. The crucial point is that such discoveries do not necessarily prove the legitimacy of a text. One must ask whether other texts have received the same level of scrutiny to allow for a fair comparison. Typically, they have not. This lack of comparison often creates the impression that only the Quran possesses such features, and therefore must be the sole criterion of truth. That said, the intent here is not to claim that the Quran, as a sacred text, is false or devoid of value. Undoubtedly, what the Prophet of Islam conveyed in the Quran was, in its time, the complete expression of revelation, and its living spirit remains a source of guidance and inspiration for those who are aware and receptive. Nor is the claim that the Quran is definitively devoid of miracles. Rather, the point is that reliance solely on miracles as the foundation of legitimacy is an incomplete and sometimes misleading approach, because truth, above all, requires direct and inner discovery, not merely external dependence on extraordinary phenomena.
7. The necessity of renewal and understanding the demands of the age.
Many religious adherents mistakenly believe that sanctity lies in form, for example, in Arabic clothing, a particular language, or customs belonging to centuries past. If the Prophet of Islam were to appear today in Europe or the Arctic, Would he still dress and speak exactly as he did in 7th century Arabia? Certainly not. Prophets always present the immutable divine truth through the forms and cultural expressions of their own era. The crisis of religions today lies in their conflict with science, reason, and the conditions of the modern world, offering no answers to contemporary human questions except references to the past. This inability to respond indicates that what is being worshipped is not a living and responsive God, but a silent idol. The seeker of truth must rely on the inner messenger, reason, and divine inspirations to discover God's message for their present life. Clinging to dogma and superficial religious shells is not service to God. It is betrayal of truth and injustice toward oneself. Salvation lies in passing beyond mental idols and reconnecting with that dynamic, living, and ever-flowing truth within existence itself.
Chapter 15. The Inner Messenger and the Divine Emissary. The Dialectic of Reason and Intuition.
In this chapter, we arrive at one of the most subtle and foundational discussions in theology, the recognition of the divine envoy and its relationship to the inner messenger. The central question is this: who is the external savior or guide? How does a human being recognize such a figure? And, fundamentally, does humanity require an external agent to attain fulfillment and salvation? Or is inner guidance sufficient?
1. Justice in the distribution of guidance.
According to divine justice and the systemic perspective previously outlined, God exercises sustaining and encompassing sovereignty over the entirety of existence. Human beings, as parts of this unified whole, are not outside the scope of this encompassing presence. God allows the flow of guidance to reach every being in proportion to its capacity and need. Thus, the seed of fulfillment and the compass of truth are embedded within the very nature of each individual human being. At this point, a challenging question arises. If guidance exists within us, why is there any need for a prophet or an external guide? The answer can be examined on 2 levels. First level, self-guided individuals. If a person possesses sufficient willpower and awareness, they can rely on their inner guidance to traverse the path fully and accurately, without requiring an external guide. This independence does not imply rejection or opposition. Should such an individual encounter an external guide, the shared nature of truth will naturally draw them together. And if no such encounter occurs, the individual can still walk the path of fulfillment alone. This group consists of the silent recipients of divine guidance, those without a public mission, who have simply secured their own path to safety. Second level, those in need of recalibration. Another group, despite possessing inner guidance, finds that their internal compass has become dysfunctional due to the dominance of falsehood over their minds. They mistake falsehood for truth and consequently encounter nothing but suffering. At this stage, the perfect human, the prophet or guide, appears in the role of a savior. The function of the savior here is not to replace inner guidance, but to reset the human being's internal receivers, enabling them to once again continue the journey by relying on their own inner guidance.
2. The 2 wings of knowing truth. Balance between reason and intuition.
To comprehend truth, human beings are equipped with 2 cognitive faculties that must exist in perfect balance: intuition and heartfelt perception, reason and logic. To clarify this concept, consider the act of seeing. To read the text of a book, one must hold it at an appropriate focal distance. Excessive closeness, intellectual rigidity. If the book is pressed too close to the eyes, nothing but darkness and blur can be seen. A purely rational and rigidly logical perspective functions in the same way. It focuses excessively on details while failing to grasp the totality of truth. Excessive distance, emotional illusion. If the book is held too far away, the words again become unreadable. A purely intuitive approach without rational grounding resembles distancing oneself from truth. It yields a vague, generalized image lacking clarity and precision. Truth becomes manifest only when the focal distance is properly maintained, that is, when reason and heart arrive at harmony.
3. The perfect human, the manifestation of balance.
The perfect human, or divine envoy, is one who has attained this golden ratio, this equilibrium between reason and heart within their own being. For this reason, their words satisfy both the intellect of the rational thinker and the heart of the seeker. The task of the perfect human is not to inject an alien truth, but to remind and unveil the inner treasures already present within human beings. Each of us possesses an inner messenger. This inner envoy functions like a receiver, recognizing and validating the frequency of the words spoken by the perfect human. When a prophet speaks of the living and ever-present God, the listener senses deep within that this is the familiar truth they have long been seeking. A vital clarification must be made here. The title, Perfect Human, should not be misleading. The existence of a perfect human does not imply the inherent deficiency of others. Fundamentally, the perfect human is exactly like all other human beings, living on earth, carrying human concerns, and remaining susceptible to error and forgetfulness. The only distinction lies in having reached that golden ratio and having awakened. The perfect human is an ordinary human who is awakened and therefore can awaken others. The idolization of divine envoys arose from humanity's inability to comprehend this awakening, leading people to worship the person of the prophet rather than the message they conveyed.
4. The concept of faith and security. Who is a believer?
An intelligent human being is God-centered, not to fulfill any need of God, but to secure their own well-being and fulfillment. The word believer is rooted in the concept of security. A believer is one who has found a place of safety amid the turbulent waves of existence. Faith means relying on a system that operates with precision and intelligence. The believing individual understands that the world is not chaotic and that every action produces a corresponding reaction. The law is often described as attraction or karma. This understanding provides security. Such a person is no longer enslaved by fear and anxiety because they know that within the divine system, no right is ever lost. Truth brings tranquility, and a true believer, by virtue of their connection to this source, naturally becomes kind, hopeful, courageous, and grateful.
5. The philosophy of worship. Connection for receiving.
Worship is a mechanism for receiving, not a form of tribute or appeasement. God is self-sufficient, while the human being is in need. A human being is like a small, cold object that, when connected to a vast and warm source, God, receives energy and undergoes a transformation in its very nature. Worship is the act of maintaining the focal point of attention toward the source of existence. One who does not worship does not harm God. Rather, such a person keeps himself deprived, remaining in the coldness and darkness of disconnection. From one perspective, this can be explained through a simple analogy. We are in need of a teacher's knowledge, not that the teacher is in need of our presence. If we choose not to attend the teacher's class, the teacher does not punish us. Instead, it is our continued ignorance that becomes difficult and painful for us. The outward forms of worship, such as prayer, are tools for this connection. Unfortunately, for many people, the outer shell remains while the core, the connection itself, is forgotten.
6. Human desires and ontological guidance.
Within this perspective, our inner desires, such as the desire for wealth, pleasure, knowledge, and progress, are not satanic temptations. Rather, they are the fuel for movement and ontological inspirations. God has placed these desires within us so that the engine of our existence may be activated. There is no independent entity called evil. What truly exists is the desire for perfection. A wise person understands that the owner of these desires is God himself. Therefore, for their fulfillment, such a person relies on God's way, divine guidance, in order to reach a pleasure that is lasting and genuine, rather than temporary and deceptive.
Supplementary section, responding to objections and deepening the discussion.
At the conclusion of this discussion, it is necessary to address clearly two important concerns and critiques that may arise in the mind of a religious believer or a sincere seeker.
First objection: infallibility and human error, the paradox of the perfect human being. The objection: you stated that even the perfect human being may commit errors and is still an ordinary human. This appears to contradict the principle of infallibility, which is considered essential to prophethood. If the guide himself can err, how can we trust him? We need a foundation that never slips.
The key to resolving this paradox lies in understanding the concept of relativity. The perfect human being, when compared to spiritually asleep or misguided individuals, possesses infallibility and follows a completely correct path. However, this same individual, when faced with the infinite greatness of God and in the journey toward complete union with God, is constantly in need of correction and elevation. Consider the following analogy, the airplane example. Imagine a person on the ground looking at an airplane flying at a high altitude. From the ground observer's perspective, the airplane moves steadily in a straight line, with complete stability and without any deviation, infallibility relative to the ground. But for the pilot inside the airplane, the situation is different. He constantly experiences vibrations, air pockets, and slight deviations, and he is continuously correcting the course moment by moment. The perfect human being is infallible and a reliable guide for his followers, the ground observers. Yet inwardly, he is constantly correcting his own course toward God. This is precisely why the prophets continuously sought forgiveness. If they had possessed absolute and static infallibility, then their tears and pleas for forgiveness would have been false and merely performative, while truthfulness is the first condition of prophethood. Therefore, they were genuinely growing, refining themselves, and removing their relative imperfections. This very characteristic is what makes them realistic and attainable role models for humanity.
Second objection: the form of worship and the risk of relativism. The objection: you stated that for many people, the outward form does not function properly and that the essence matters more than the form. Does this view not open the door for people to abandon prayer and religious practices under the excuse of having a pure heart, thereby turning religiosity into laziness?
If this message is interpreted superficially, then yes, such a danger exists. However, the core issue is this: connection with God has a goal, and that goal is ascent and greater closeness to God. A correct connection must produce tangible outcomes: awakening, tranquility, certainty, strength, focus, and sincerity. Any form of worship that generates these outcomes within a person constitutes a valid and healthy connection. Of course, this is an evolutionary path, and not all results are expected to appear overnight. Our point is that one must not replace the container, form, with the content, inner state and effect. On the other hand, regarding collective rituals, just as God is the result of the unity of existence, human beings who are connected to truth naturally gravitate toward a form of unity in practice as well. Genuine congregational prayer is the outward manifestation of an inward unity. When hearts become unified, forms, times, and directions also align naturally. This is when collective reward and energy are released. This unity of form is the reward of those who have first established a sound individual prayer. It is not a rigid, imposed structure into which everyone is forcibly placed without understanding its meaning or experiencing its inner reality.
Chapter 16. Knowing God and the Secret of His Names.
In this chapter, we take a step further toward a deeper understanding of the divine essence. Along this path, fundamental questions arise before us. What is the name of God? Does he have a specific name? And in order to establish a correct relationship with the creator of existence, by what name should we call him?
1. The philosophy of naming. Distinction within multiplicity.
The first point to understand is the reason names exist at all. Why do we assign names to phenomena and beings? One of the primary reasons is recognition and distinction. Among a vast multitude of people and objects, names help us identify individual elements and prevent us from becoming lost in multiplicity. In essence, the necessity of naming arises when we are confronted with plurality. Names define boundaries and make differences visible.
2. God, the renowned without a name.
In the divine realm, however, the matter is different. Does the one and only being require a specific name in order to be distinguished from others? The answer lies in a deep understanding of the concept of the unity of existence. If God is absolute existence and the unique, incomparable one, and if there is no other alongside him, then there is no need for a name to distinguish him from anything else. From this perspective, he is nameless, because for the one, a name is a limitation rather than a means of true recognition. Yet, from another perspective, God, as the source of life, manifests infinite aspects and attributes. Every human being, through their own lens, assigns a name or attribute to him. Thus, from within, he possesses infinitely many names. God, while being nameless, is also the most named of all. The key point is this: it does not matter by which name you call him. What matters is the orientation of the heart and the intellect. He is the possessor of all beautiful names, and whoever turns toward him will receive an answer. A subtle point: the paradox of attributes. The perfect God possesses even attributes that appear negative, such as the subduer or the avenger. Yet this does not mean that he is evil. To understand this more clearly, imagine a highly skilled police officer who fully understands the methods of criminals and can even assume the role of a criminal in order to dismantle a gang. This ability is a form of perfection, capability, not vice, malice. Likewise, God is absolute good, but in order to preserve balance and justice, he sometimes manifests a stern and uncompromising face, a manifestation that arises from his flawless wisdom at the appropriate time.
3. The manifestation of God in the names of religions.
Let us examine some of the well-known names of God in the Abrahamic religions. Yahweh, meaning I am that I am. This points to absolute being and an existence that is self-subsisting. God. The root of this word conveys the meaning of ultimate goodness, referring to absolute good. Allah. In Islam, Allah means the one true object of worship and the supreme deity. In the ancient world, many gods existed for different phenomena: rain, wealth, war. But Allah is the singular, all-powerful one under whose command and will all these forces and agents of existence operate. He is the absolute ruler and sovereign of all. We see that Yahweh, being, God, goodness, and Allah, sovereignty, all point to the same single reality.
4. Khuda. Self, self-sufficient, self-governing.
In the Persian language, the word Khuda, God, is rich with meaning and contains profound implications within itself. Self-related. God is not alien or separate from us. He is of our own essence. The part that seeks the whole is, in reality, seeking its true self. Self-sufficient. A being whose every need is fulfilled within himself. Self-governing. One who rules only himself and follows no external authority. Self-creating. He is the reason for his own existence, continuously manifesting creation, while at the same time affirming his own magnificence and awareness of his greatness. All-containing. The totality of existence that contains everything within itself, with nothing existing outside of it.
5. God as the higher self.
Perhaps the most beautiful expression of God is the Great Self. Every being possesses a self that is a drop from the ocean of the Great Self. God. Imagine a person at the age of 10 and the same person at the age of 70. They are one and the same individual, yet the 70-year-old is a more complete version of that child. Our relationship with God is similar. In essence and substance, we are one with Him, but in terms of development, we are a growing version, while He is absolute perfection. When we worship God, we are in fact venerating our complete self. This form of worship is entirely rational because we are asking from our own infinite source, not from a tyrannical, selfish master seated upon a throne in the heavens.
6. A geometric analogy, the circle and the perfection of capacity.
To better understand the relationship between us, the small self, and God, the complete self, let us turn to geometry. Suppose we have 10 meters of rope. With this rope, we can create various shapes: a triangle, a rectangle, a square, or a circle. Which shape produces the greatest area using the same 10 meters of rope? The answer is the circle. From one perspective, the circle is identical to all other shapes, since all are made from the same 10 meters of rope. From another perspective, the circle is superior to all others because it has the greatest capacity and area, and can encompass all other shapes within itself. God is that perfect circle, a being that, using the same material of existence from which we are made, has reached the ultimate capacity and the golden proportion. We are incomplete angular forms that must polish ourselves in order to approach the circular form, to become godlike. It should also be noted that this analogy closely corresponds with the discussion of golden ratios and the argument of attraction and the cycle of existence presented in earlier chapters. Note, the purpose of this example was solely to demonstrate how several things can be fundamentally one in essence, yet differ in rank, such that one occupies a supreme and superior level while the others stand at lower levels. In truth, everything that exists within the circle of existence, that is, all created beings, can reach the whole, or God, provided that they refine and polish themselves in every respect.
7. The cycle of awareness, from apparent determinism to inner free will.
Many people complain about why they were born in this particular time or place, as though everything were determined by compulsion. Recall the example of waking up from sleep. When you are awakened early in the morning by an alarm clock, in that moment of grogginess, the smaller self, you feel as though an external force is disturbing or tormenting you. However, once you become fully awake, the greater self, you remember that the night before it was you yourself, by your own free will, who set the alarm. Worldly life is also a kind of sleep or a reduction in awareness. We have descended into this world from a higher level of consciousness. What we now perceive as determinism was, in fact, the conscious choice of our higher self before entering this world. All the conditions of our lives were the most precise and suitable context for our growth, conditions that we ourselves selected. As Rumi says, "We are from above, and to above we return." This verse points both to our origin and to our return to that same level of awareness and discernment.
8. Heaven and hell, manifestations of the inner state.
In the end, we will encounter our own greater self. Hell is the regret of one who lived in heedlessness. When the truth becomes clear and such a person sees what opportunities were wasted, the self itself becomes the greatest judge and executioner. Heaven is the peace of one who lived consciously and aligned with the laws of existence, the circle of perfection. As a result, such a person naturally ascends and gains the capacity to contain more within themselves, an expansion that is equivalent to the fulfillment of desires, or what is called heaven. Therefore, recognizing God as the higher self is the only path to true felicity, a path that frees us from alienation and returns us to the secure embrace of a truth that eagerly awaits our flourishing.
9. a God worthy of worship.
When an intelligent human being who seeks happiness discovers the greatness of God, they will praise and worship Him willingly, without resistance, and from the depths of their heart. This is a God who is the infinite treasury of everything a human being seeks. From Him comes perfect justice. He is forgiving and nurturing. He is the possessor of all knowledge. Power belongs to Him, and only to Him. His love encompasses all forms of love. He is the one who is never lost or distant. He is the one who liberates human beings from pain, fear, and despair. He is the owner of all things. He is the one who hears human prayers and responds to them with justice. And He is the one who placed His Spirit, meaning a drop of His intelligence, within the human being, so that the human could approach Him and become one with Him. Thus, the more a person worships Him, the more they add to themselves, and the more they distance themselves from Him, the more they wrong themselves. He is God in the truest and most rightful sense, one whom the conscious human being cannot ignore. Such a person seeks Him, praises Him, asks Him for forgiveness, and relies solely upon Him, because in the end, nothing will remain except Him. This God is the treasury of human happiness and is truly worthy of worship.
Part 5. Final. Concluding words. A light on the path toward infinity. Gratitude and appreciation.
We have reached the end of this intellectual and spiritual journey. I am deeply pleased that you, the thoughtful and truth-seeking reader, have accompanied me to the final pages of this book. What has been presented to you in Discovering God Through the Eyes of the Modern Human is only a single drop from a boundless ocean, an ocean of eternal and timeless awareness that humanity has always needed to know and experience more deeply. Even so, every effort was made to ensure that this single drop would be clear, pure, and aligned with the concerns and questions of the modern human being.
The mission of the book. Reviving truth in the modern age.
The primary aim of writing this work was to present profound spiritual concepts in a contemporary language, in order to ask a fundamental question. Is the God spoken of in traditional religions still present in our modern world? Can that same singular truth be rediscovered through a renewed perspective, one that is compatible with the conditions and understandings of our time? My central motivation arose from witnessing a truth that had been concealed beneath layers of misinterpretation, blind prejudice, and misunderstanding. I observed how distorted presentations of religion and God have led many people to conclude that no truth exists at all, causing the illuminating lamp of meaning in their lives to be extinguished. We know well the immense pain imposed upon the human soul when meaning and inner support are lost, leaving a person hollow from within, even if they appear outwardly free. For this reason, this book has sought to demonstrate that truth has not been lost. Rather, it simply requires a clear and unclouded way of seeing.
Judgment is yours. An invitation to free thought.
Undoubtedly, some parts of this book may not align with the beliefs of certain readers, whether believers or non-believers. The final judgment rests with your own awakened intellect and conscience. For many, a single reading of this work may even feel misleading, in the sense that they might equate the God presented here with pantheism, assume that metaphors have replaced rational argument, or feel that the comforting, protective God imagined to dwell in the heavens was merely an illusion, one that must now be replaced by a systemic God that no longer provides the same sense of emotional security. Yet all such conclusions are mistaken. It is only necessary for the contents of this book to be arranged correctly, like pieces of a puzzle, for the truly worthy and worship-deserving God to reveal Himself. Therefore, please be careful not to fall into this trap and lose the essence of the message. The essence is a valuable truth that requires personal growth and inner elevation to be understood and received, not something to be abandoned hastily at the first appearance of a superficial contradiction. This book does not seek to impose a belief, nor does it claim to define absolute do's and don'ts. It merely offers signs, indicators that you may examine and measure using your own inner compass. If you find something to be true, accept it because it is true, not because of the author or the number of followers this book may have. Truth stands on its own and does not depend on the approval or rejection of the majority. Whether this book gains widespread recognition in the future or remains obscure, the sole criterion of its validity is its harmony with human reason and innate nature.
Welcoming critique and dialogue.
This work is the result of inner exploration and free reflection, not religious bias or imitation of the past. For this reason, constructive criticism, suggestions, and thoughtful feedback are sincerely welcomed, so that richer editions may be produced in the future. However, one clarification is necessary. Priority will be given to engaging with those who critique in a friendly and rational manner. Those who approach with hostility or stubbornness will not receive a response, because our purpose is not confrontation or intellectual combat, but collective growth in the discovery of truth. If something is strong, let us share it. If something is weak, let us correct it together.
A gift for all, free and unrestricted.
This book is a gift to hearts and minds seeking light. Its publication was never intended as a source of income, nor is it now. My only wish is that the light which illuminated my own life may also shine upon others. Therefore, this work is completely free, and I sincerely hope it will be translated into multiple languages so that it may be accessible to all without financial barriers. If you ever encounter a situation where payment is demanded for this book, know that it is contrary to the author's intent and represents a profit-seeking misuse. If you find a truth within these pages, share this awareness with others and offer it as a gift, for this act will bring abundant blessings to you as well.
An honest testimony, distinguishing the path from the misguidance.
I call God as my witness that what I have written reflects a truth I have lived and experienced with my entire being. These are not mental fabrications or illusions. They are the outcome of years of searching, navigating life's rises and falls, and carefully observing both its beauty and its ugliness. I have encountered sincere and virtuous individuals within religions, just as I have seen those who have turned religion into a marketplace for deception. It is important to understand that I have no affiliation with religious institutions or traditional preachers. On the contrary, I am a serious critic of those who, without proper understanding, occupy positions of religious authority and mislead others. Speaking of God does not in any way mean endorsing the actions of false claimants. I was fully aware that stepping onto this path might cause some to mistake me for that same group. Yet the beauty and greatness of the truth I discovered made this risk worthwhile. With confidence and clarity, we speak of a God who is rational, beautiful, and a guarantor of human flourishing.
Final words.
I hope this book becomes a motivation for you to discover, beyond external noise, the true God within yourself. A God who is your higher self, and whose connection leads you toward the highest states of fulfillment and inner peace. Saeid Saeid Takhavizadeh.